Then, enjoy BetMGM same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer, subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
It's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
It's the morning show with Boomer and Gio.
All right, thanks to Rami, Al, Duke, CeeLo in for Jerry, Crispy in for Kaplan out there, Tom Izzo, everybody working hard at CBS Sports Network. Fun week, but the Mets are going to dominate the rest of the day here at WFAN with, of course, a negative story as Carlos Mendoza is fired during one of the more embarrassing seasons in the team's history. We'll see if anything changes with Andy Green being the interim manager. Evan, Tiki, and Shaun are going to break it all down. Then you get the Carton Show at 2 p.m. with Craig and C-Mac to talk about it. Have a great summer weekend and a great rest of your feel-good summer Friday. We'll talk to you Monday.
All right. See you Monday morning, everyone. As always, New York Stat.
Don't be afraid to
Be alone.
be prepared to
Hate everybody.
always keep.
Money stashed away forever.
Don't allow yourself to
Love anybody.
be open to.
Nothing.
Hope you always.
Stay single.
My last piece of advice is
No seed oils.
Talk sports after hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. Evan Roberts, Tiki Barber. It's Evan and Tiki on WFAN, The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
I thought we were done with the Mets. I thought they were in irrelevance land. The Mets decided on a Friday. By the way, welcome to the show, Evan and Tiki with Shaun Morash on this summer Friday. If you're just tuning in, the New York Mets have decided to do something they should have done a month ago. Something they should have done 2 months ago. Something many Met fans would argue they should have done at the end of last season. The New York Mets have fired Carlos Mendoza, and my instant reaction to this, since it is breaking news, it's happened in the last 20 minutes, my instant reaction is too little, too late. This is something that should have been done months ago. And David Stearns and Steve Cohen were blockheaded. Is that the term,
Yeah,
Tink?
that's a good way to put it.
They would not give in on a change like this to try to spark the team. So what did they do? They waited until it was too late. They are 13 games under 500. They are dead and buried in any kind of playoff race. They just got embarrassingly swept by the Chicago Cubs. Pete Carl Armstrong says what's up.
Yeah, that's a series sweep, too. But by the way, I mean, the season sweep.
Season series sweep. And then they say, let's fire the manager. So my emotion right now is anger at Cohen and Stearns that, again, the smartest guys in the room clearly don't know as much as us, because we all knew that they needed to change the manager months ago. We all screamed it. We all said it. We all couched it by saying it's not his fault and Mendy's a nice guy, but we all knew. So explain to me why Steve Cohen and David Stearns didn't, why it took them until June 26th to do something that should have been done on April 26th.
Summer Friday news dump. Maybe people won't talk about it that much. Maybe the New York Met fans are already out in the Hamptons, or the Jersey ones are down at the shore, or they're going up to Martha's Vineyard or wherever the heck you go in the summer when it's nice outside and nobody's working, because it took me 40 minutes to get in today. I know nobody's working. You dump it on Fridays. I think that's the way to do it. But I think from an actual operational reason, is it now you can get ahead of looking for who your next manager is going to be. We see this all the time. We saw it in the NFL with Daves.
Sure.
You fire him early because it just gives you 4, 5, 6 extra weeks in order to start that process of looking for your next head coach in the NFL in Daves' case, but manager here for the New York Mets. And
I think the interesting thing is, and first of all, I want to give you a golf clap.
Why am I getting a golf clap?
Because
What'd I do?
The Andy Green interim.
Yeah, that is true. You know what? I do deserve a golf
You said
clap.
this like months ago.
Yes.
And I'm like, who the hell is Andy Green?
I politely disagreed with Gio, who had mentioned, Kai Correa. And I said, listen, I get why you think Kai Correa because he's the bench coach, but they have a guy in the front office by the name of Andy Green who managed with the Padres, who's in the front office. He was clearly, to me, always going to be the interim unless they convinced Carlos Beltran the year he's being inducted to do the job. So, sure, I'll take your golf clap.
Right. So there's a golf clap for Andy Green. It isn't easy being green. He's not the long-term manager, obviously, because even in San Diego, where he was a manager, he was pretty bad. So he's just there to fill the void until they figure out what the next step is. And look, we could break down what Mendy's season was like and what his there'll be some retroactive praise for his. And what with 2024 season and all these other good things and stuff. But we knew that it was over. We've been talking about this being over for months. The real question is, who's your next manager? And what's it going to do to change the fortunes of this Mets team?
Yeah, you know what sucks about what you're saying, and I don't disagree with you, getting ahead on the search, especially with the lockout looming. When you fire a manager in baseball, it's very different than football. I think it can spark a team because it has.
No, you're right.
It has sparked the Philadelphia Phillies. It sparked the Mets in 08 when they went from Willie to Jerry Manuel. It's one of those things that, for whatever reason, doesn't always make sense. Firing a manager sometimes works. Mm-hmm. And what annoys me is that they waited till a point in the season in which no spark is doing anything. Yeah. And I'm not being irrational by saying that. They're 13 games under 500. So what you're saying about next year is very valid, and we will get to that discussion. It's June, and I got to think about next year when there may not even be a next year.
Not next year, just who's the manager?
No, I know.
And who's fixing this? But, I mean, what's their record right now?
13 games under 500.
I know that. I know.
34 and whatever, 13.
34. So they have to win 34. So they have to
34
win
and 47.
30. They have to win 53. 53 of their next 80-some games.
They have to play at 110-win full game pace the rest of the way.
That's
to
right.
Get to what? 87 wins?
I'm just saying, get to 87. Forget they need to win 53 games of the remaining games that they have.
Right.
Is that doable?
No, but that's why I'm annoyed.
Yes. So you could have a spark. But are you winning 53 games?
But Tiki, that's why I'm annoyed. They waited too long for the spark. And, and Met fans, I want you to hear from Steve Cohen and David Stearns because they did release a statement. But before I read the statement, why don't we hear from David Stearns in May when Joel Sherman, credit to Joel, put David Stearns on the spot and said, hey, why aren't you changing the manager? Listen to this exchange.
What length does this manager have?
Look, I'll let my words speak for themselves. I've been very clear and consistent that I think Mendy does a really good job. I believe Mendy does a really good job. I like coming to work with him every day. I'm not going to address this every 2 weeks when I talk to you guys, and I'll leave it at that.
Oh, you leave it at that. What happened, David? What happened? Why were you so steadfast a month and a half ago, and now today, without getting in front of a camera, without getting in front of a microphone, you release your little statement? That was very arrogant to Joel Sherman. Like, stop asking this. It's insulting to ask it. And then you did it.
Well, let's speculate on what happened here. Do you think Mendy said, this is not working?
No, I think Steve Cohen, who has been hands-off, in my opinion, with David Stearns, I think he's allowed David to do what he wants to do. I think Steve Cohen, as silent as he is, as much as I want him to come out and say something, I think he went to David Stearns and said, you better effing do something. Because if you don't fire this manager, I will.
Right.
And so
and if Steve Cohen fires him, that means that David Stearns is now on the hot seat.
Well, yeah, and I understand believing that.
Yeah.
But if you ask me what happened between that very, very confident statement by David Stearns to today, in which he tried to shut down debate, that's what that was. Stop asking me questions. I don't want to address this every 2 weeks. Well, David, if your team didn't suck, it wouldn't be brought up every 2 weeks. That's why it was brought up. And you were wrong. Like everything else you've touched, you were wrong. And in the middle of May, when it was clear as day, the train was leaving the station, you should have done something about it. Now, in fairness, I did this on purpose. I didn't read the statement. I wanted to read the statement on air. so we can all give a live reaction to what the owner and the GM has to say about
Yes,
this.
by the way, I got my math right, Evan.
Yes.
They've played 82 games, so there's 80 left. So
There's 81 games they've played.
50. No, they're 30.
No, they've played 81 games. Last night was the halfway point of the season.
Oh, right. They're only 47 losses.
Yes.
So either way, they need to win 53 of 81.
Yeah, they have to play at a crazy pace.
Yeah.
Here is what David Stearns, the president of the New York Mets, had to say. Carlos has led the organization with passion and grace and is beloved by everyone who works with him on a daily basis. Carlos's impact on our players, staff, and culture over the last 3 seasons has been transformative. Unfortunately, we know we are falling short and change is necessary to move forward. This is from Steve Cohen. I want to express my deepest gratitude to Carlos Mendoza for his leadership and unwavering commitment. He represented this organization with integrity and dedication throughout, and I wish him and his family all the best. Our commitment to bringing our fans a championship caliber team has not changed. There is no sugarcoating it. This season has been a disappointment, and our fans deserve better than what we've delivered. That's the brief statement that they have now given us.
Yeah, that's nothing. Doesn't tell you anything.
Now, the good news is David Stearns will meet the media at 3 o'clock today.
I think AI wrote that statement.
You think that was... David Stearns will meet the media?
It's so impersonal.
At 3 o'clock today? So I'm curious if anyone will ask him, hey, so you were shutting down debate a month ago. Why'd you shut it down?
Yeah,
and why didn't you make the move a month and a half ago?
That's really the only thing you're going to get from him, or that you need to get from him, is why now? What happened in the last month, other than the obvious? Even though they did have a little bit of a positive May, but what happened in the last couple of weeks then that made you say now is done? Now is time.
I have a theory, and maybe Evan could shoot this down, but I think anything's on the table.
In fairness, your theory the other day was David Stearns didn't want to fire him. And this was a popular theory.
Yeah.
You weren't the only one. He didn't want to fire him because once he fires Mendy, now the spotlight is on David, which I understood. My response is the spotlight's always been on David Stearns.
Okay, but this, again, they fire him now.
The man from Milwaukee.
2 days after the crazy era rock bottom game. They allowed him to go out there and manage another game last night. And last night was actually admirable, right? They lose on a walk-off for losses.
It was admirable?
For losses compared to
It was
losses.
another bad era. It was Freddie Peralta melting down.
They didn't give up 10 runs. They gave up 50 runs.
That's how we're judging things?
Evan, unfortunately, yes. So hear me out.
And they're rubbing off on the Yankees, who had 4 freaking errors.
They did rub off on the Yankees.
When the Phillies made their move to Don Mattingly, we found out very quickly that before they went to Don Mattingly, they went to Alex Cora. Right. And Alex Cora rebuffed him, said he wants to spend time at home. Is it possible that with Steve Cohen's money, they flirted with Alex Cora for the past month and they went back to him one more time after that era game? He said no, and now here we are a day later, and this is what's delayed it because they didn't want to do that, hire an interim without getting Alex Cora in place?
I think it was always going to be difficult for the Mets, more so than the Phillies, to attract an interim with the status of Alex Cora, not even the interim, but the future manager in the middle of the year. Because, A, Alex wanted to spend time with his family, which I partially believe.
Well, he's now spent some time with his family.
No, I get you. But also, and this is probably the bigger factor, they're not good. And I don't think someone wants to take the job in the middle of the season for a bad team. So what I would guess is that maybe when Cora became available, there was some secret reaching outs, if you will, from the owner of this team. But I think over the last few days and weeks, I think ultimately it was the tide of disgust that's coming from Met fans. You know, as much as we get mocked as talk show hosts or fans at the stadium, your voice can be heard. And I think when Met fans are so disgusted that they're chanting the name of a player who hasn't taken an at-bat for this team in months and months, it becomes embarrassing.
Right.
And I think as an owner, you realize, okay, they're my customers. I have to do something. Now, this doesn't fix anything. This isn't going to pack Citi Field. This isn't going to spark the team as we talked about. But I think the embarrassment of the last 4 days at Citi Field is what, if I had to guess, pushed this owner to say, I got to do something. Because I don't believe for a second David Stearns fired him. I believe Steve Cohen did.
Yeah.
I'm not reporting it. I'm doing it based on educated facts, like David Stearns sitting at a press conference lecturing Joel Sherman and everybody else. Don't ask me questions about this.
Do you think that's similar to how Tom Thibodeau was fired?
No.
The same thing.
No, I disagree.
Rose.
No, Tom Thibodeau was fired by Leon Rose. I am going to rip James Dolan for things. Like, I think I'm very fair about Dolan. I will defend him, but I will rip him. I will rip him about the second apron. I will defend him that the firing of Tom Thibodeau was done by Leon Rose.
Got it.
And I said it at the time, and I feel even more strong about that today. Leon did a great interview with Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart on their podcast, and I believe him. So, no, I think it's completely different, if you ask me. Now, I do think there are some similarities between James Dolan and Steve Cohen. And I would say early days James Dolan. And here's the similarity. Steve Cohen wants to win. James Dolan wants to win. James Dolan, up until now, was willing to spend at all costs. Steve Cohen, willing to spend at all costs. Here's where the negative comes. They don't know what the bleep they're doing. That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
James Dolan did not know what he was doing until he finally, to his credit, hired the right guy. We thought Steve Cohen hired the right guy. So far, the results are the results.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's the similarities. And so I don't think he knows what he's doing. I think he's upset about the embarrassment of this team. And so he finally said, fire the guy. And again, my anger today, I'm not even angry at the Mets. I was there last night. It sucks. I had to leave in the ninth inning. I'll tell you why later. You want me to tell you now?
You have to. That's too big a tease.
We don't want to wait.
My youngest son, Spence, refuses to leave games early. Knicks are up by 50 on the Nets. We're not going. It's 25 degrees at MetLife Stadium. We're not going. He looks at me last night, ninth inning, and says, it's time to go home.
Whoa.
And I'm like, what's going on?
It's a tight game.
I later found out he had an accident.
Oh, on Bark in the Park night?
On Bark at the Park night.
Wow.
And so I looked at him and I said, I got you, bud. I got you. And we went home, watched the rest of the game, cleaned him. I was not going to make him sit there in his own feces to watch the rest of the Met game. Spence, you're still the man. Spence still never wants to leave a game early. It was circumstances.
Yeah. And the Mets have sat in their own feces all year, to be honest.
Wasn't it symbolic, Shaun?
Yes, it was very symbolic.
But I wasn't.
And you beat traffic.
And I beat traffic.
You didn't tell Spence it's a fire hydrant right there, buddy.
Right.
I think he so didn't want to go to the bathroom. He was just like, I'm going to hold it in. And then you know what? When you're 5, sometimes the accidents happen.
Right.
So I actually
Your
left.
sphincter's not strong enough.
I actually left last night's Mets game early. But I did a Rico last night. I wasn't even mad. I'm numb. I'm mad today. And I'm mad today because these geniuses who run the Mets, as smart as they think they are, they probably don't know as much as us dumbass fans. Because we told you 2 months ago, make a change. We told you a month ago, make a change. And you lectured us. And you warned us, stop asking me questions. And here you are on June 26th, when it is too little too late, finally listening to your dumbass fans. Because we're stupid. We don't know anything. So I guess that's
Does that
why
make you
I'm
feel
angry.
good?
No,
Does
I'm
that
pissed.
make you feel good?
Nope, I'm pissed.
Yeah.
I'm pissed.
You should be.
Yeah. Because now what are we watching? What do we want? Andy Green's going to manage this team to something? You could have done this in May and given us the false hope that they could be the Phillies.
It isn't easy being green.
And now, at 13 games under 500, it's like, figure it out. What a disgrace. But what? Should we be surprised?
No.
And I want to apologize to Shaun Morash. And I want to apologize to Chris Big Mac McMonagle. Because I'm sorry that the Mets rubbed off on you last night. Because that defense from the New York Yankees was Mets-like.
It was.
Ahmed Rosario thought he was Marcus Semien.
I mean, he did crush it. Contreras crushed that ball.
It was hit hard, yes.
It was hit very hard. But he could have rolled it to second, and they could have rolled it to first, and Cam Schlittler's out of that inning.
No doubt. And look, here's the thing. I say this about Freddie Peralta last night. I'll say it about Cam Schlittler. Defense can fail you. You're still allowed to get out of the innings. But the real question I think everyone
He
has.
did get out of the inning. What do you mean?
What do you mean? He gave up 3 runs. What are you talking about?
Okay, so he walked him. He gave up a walk. He gave up a hit. I forget who the hit was. Gave up a hit.
He didn't get out of the inning. He gave up 300 runs.
And then he struck out a batter. So there's one out on first and second. And he got the cleanup hitter, their best hitter, to hit a ground ball to third base.
He also got him to hit it 100 miles an hour.
Whatever.
I'm just saying.
I mean, if Ryan McMahon was there, double plays, innings over.
Dude, if Ryan McMahon's there and he actually, his ears are working and his nose is working, no problem. I guess the question we all have for Shaun is, do you still get those,
I feel nothing but 98 vibes.
Yes?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The 98 Yankees lost games, contrary to popular belief.
This was a nothing loss. This was a nothing loss.
Well, I got good news. You have 98 vibes. I have 1993 vibes.
All right, so
And
we're off by 5 years.
and every Met fan knows what that is. We'll get your calls next on the firing of Carlos Mendoza, 888-808-1019. And a question needs to be asked. It was a question we asked about Jeff Ulbrich. It's a question we asked about, who was your coach last year after Daboll?
Charlie Bullen?
No, your head coach, you dummy.
Oh, Davis Webb? Who was it? Who's the backup quarterback guy?
Who was your head coach last year?
Kafka.
Mike Kafka. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Davis Webb. What am I, a moron?
I was completely blank.
I was too. I wasn't ready for that. I didn't have Giants on my mind.
Well, I guess this tells you all you need to know about interns.
Where is he, by the way?
No, that's not Seattle.
No, he got a decent job.
Minnesota? No, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't either.
Who cares?
Yeah.
But we asked this question.
Coach, who this?
That's right. We asked this question about Mike Kafka. We asked this question about Jeff Ulbrich.
Lions.
And we need to ask this question about Mr. It Isn't Easy Being Green.
It isn't easy being green.
What could he possibly do to keep this job? So we'll try to figure that out. Plus, take your calls at 888-808-1019. And I know I defended James Dolan in the open of the show. I'm sorry. I know it's not going to happen at 2 o'clock, but I got to rip James Dolan for something going on right before our eyes. It's time for the Yankee turning point of the game. Be the first call to correctly identify it by calling 866-540-WFN. And if you can identify yesterday's Yankee turning point, you'll receive a $100 Wendy's gift card from our friends at Wendy's. Eat great even late at Wendy's and your flagship station for Yankee baseball, The Fan.
Contractors, when deadlines are tight, you need a supplier that moves like you do. Windorama keeps the Northeast's largest in-stock selection of Andersen windows, patio doors, and storm doors ready for same-day pickup or next-day delivery. Do you need custom assemblies? Well, they build them in-house to keep your jobs on track. And with Rama Rewards for pros, earn up to 2% back plus perks like free delivery. Windorama is your pro team. Visit Windorama.com to learn more.
Our friends at Town Fair Tire remind you at Town Fair Tire, you always get the guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. From Connecticut to Maine, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
And this portion of the program is sponsored by Ray Cattina, Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Make this your summer of unforgettable drives in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Their expert team makes shopping easy and stress-free. One reason they were named the 2026 Mercedes-Benz Dealer of the Year by Cars.com. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Edison for luxury driving all summer long.
The World's Game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the soccer showdowns with 2-up early payout so that if you're up 2, BetMGM will pay you. That's right. Place a pre-game straight match result bet on any tournament game. If at any point your team is up by 2 goals, you'll instantly win your bet. Then enjoy BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the World's Game. Don't miss your shot at an early win with 2-up early payout to get paid out if at any point your team is up by 2 goals, regardless of the final outcome of the match. Make it a tournament to remember with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age to wager and physically present in New York only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Hi, it's Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. In the summer heat, you shouldn't have to think about what you're wearing. Untuck It makes it easy. Just get our shirts that breathe, polos that move, and shorts built for the heat. You'll need our performance shirts that stretch, wick sweat, and never need ironing. And our wrinkle-free linen that stays crisp and crease-free all day. 15 years, 15 million shirts sold. Shop our top summer styles at untuckit.com and 80-plus stores. Untuck It, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
John Montone, are you ready to make this the summer?
Yeah, Todd, the summer. But where do I find the summer?
At Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Because we have some amazing incentives to get you behind the wheel of a Jeep or Ram truck.
And you can really make this the summer when you step into a new 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4. Lease for just $399 a month for 36 months and only $48.88 total due at signing, plus tax, title, and registration.
Or buy and get 0% APR financing for 36 months.
My summer is definitely being made during Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram's Make This the Summer event.
Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, home of exceptional people, exceptional deals.
Call 833-853-2969 for details. Tax, title, registration extra. 0 security deposit. VIN number TC258767. MSRP $51.55. APR at $27.78 per month per $1,000 financed. And $630.26.
All right, so I'm watching TV the other night, and I see Evander Holyfield talking about Terra Origin creatine. My first thought was, hang on a second, that guy's in his 60s, and he still looks better than me? That's a problem, so I started using Terra Origin creatine myself. It mixes easy, tastes great, and helps support strength and recovery, which, at my age, just getting off the couch is basically an athletic event. So do yourself a favor. Check it out today and get 20% off your first order at TerraOrigin.com. That's 20% off your first order at TerraOrigin.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Argentina arrives as defending champions, anchored by its aging but peerless creative forward, the greatest of his generation. Behind him, a disciplined midfield and explosive wide attackers make them a threat from every angle.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Australia and Paraguay both have lots to play for in their final group stage match in Santa Clara. Both have an opportunity to finish second in Group D, which could produce a more favorable knockout round matchup. Paraguay will be shorthanded due to a red card in their last match. Australia looks to build off a decent second half against the USA. I'm Mike Conti.
Town Fair Tire is New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 125 locations. So we sell name brand tires for the guaranteed lowest price, like Michelin tires, with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires, for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Right now, you can grab a full breakfast at Dunkin' for $6. That's 2 wake-up wrap sandwiches and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. It's quick, easy, and covers your whole morning, all in one stop. Did I mention it's filling and delicious? It's a full breakfast. It's a great value, and it just makes mornings easier. So next time you're at Dunkin', don't overthink it. Order the Dunkin' $6 meal deal. No substitutions. Participation in times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
New York, this summer bring the red, white, and boom to the barbecue with Smirnoff Ice, featuring a delicious classic for everyone in your crew, like the zesty lemon lime original, ready to team up with a fresh grilled hot dog, or a nostalgic summer favorite, red, white, and berry, perfect to match some sweet, sticky ribs. Whatever your summer flavor craving is, Smirnoff Ice has a crisp, refreshing option ready for you. Head to a store near you, grab a 12-pack, fill the cooler, and celebrate your freedom to flavor. Smirnoff Ice, too crisp to resist. Diageo Beer Company, USA, New York, New York. Please enjoy responsibly.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Colombia is trading at 27% to best Portugal, meaning a $100 trade pays out $350 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC, that's code CMAC, to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
The conversation never stops on The Carton Show. Join Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle weekdays from 2 to 7. Call 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
The Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. So obviously the breaking news of the morning, the Mets have relieved Carlos Mendoza of his duties. Your calls in a sec. The Yankees, though, became the Mets in the field for a night. They committed 4 errors. Could have even had a 5th. Anthony Volpe stinks. They lost 6-3. Cam Schlittler lowered his ERA in the start. Caleb Durbin had the big home run for Boston. So the Yankees got burned by a former prospect, as did the Mets when Pete Crow Armstrong hit a go-ahead double in the 10th. Mets lost again 4-3 in extras, the final game of Carlos Mendoza's managerial career in New York. And on the pitch, Team USA lost to Turkey 3-2 on the final kick of the game.
Start thinking about it, because coming up at 11, we will make our official long-term who will be the full-time manager of the New York Mets prediction for 2027. So give it some thought. It's obviously still breaking news that Mendy is out, though I don't think any of us are surprised that Mendy is out. But coming up at 11, our long-term prediction on who the manager will be. Currently, the manager is Andy Green, who has managerial experience. He was in the front office, which is why it was not a surprise he took this job. To me, whenever they were firing Mendy, there were 3 candidates besides sexy names that were never going to happen. And we talked about Joe Girardi being a good candidate, or Carlos Beltran. Those were always unrealistic. Or Alex Cora after the Red Sox fired him. They were always unrealistic midseason. There were 3 in-house candidates: Kai Correa, Andy Green, and Dick Scott. Dick manages the AAA team. Those are the 3 options, none of which were going to, pump the fan base up. But if we were being realistic about who the interim manager was going to be, it was always going to be one of those 3 guys. But unfortunately, and this is my biggest takeaway from this news, it is too little and too late. They are 13 games under 500. They have completely buried themselves in the National League. And so the Mets decide, let's make a managerial change, not like when the Phillies did when it was still early, but when you're halfway through a season that is completely lost.
Yeah, it is lost. You got to win 53 of 81 in order to get to 87 wins, which likely would get you close to the postseason. Probably not, but they have no shot this season. It's over. It's done. But to me, this is just to get ahead of this. This is to start the process of finding who our next manager is going to be, which we're not wagering on, but we'll predict on. I think it's probably in-house, but we'll talk about that later. But at the end of the day, the Mets just need to find a way to get the bad juju out.
Yeah.
Right? Start playing to your baseball card, basically, as the cliche goes. And most of these guys are not.
Let's get to your calls, 888-808-1019. Peter's in Huntington to lead it off. What's up, Peter?
How you doing, guys?
Good. What's up?
Just don't hang up on me.
Well, I can't guarantee that. What if you curse? I mean, I have to hang up on you if you do that.
No, I'm not going to curse. But I have a theory. I have a theory as to why all this has happened, and it goes a bit back. Mr. Cohen didn't use the Mets because he was a fan. He used the Mets as leverage.
Okay. To get the land deal? I mean, we've heard this a million times. What does that have to do with Mendy and firing him and when they fired him?
Mendy had nothing to do with it. He couldn't control people that were injured, trying to fill in holes.
You know why you're wrong, Peter, and I am going to hang up on you, because droning on about how Steve Cohen bought the Mets as a land deal, which may be true, I just don't care about it right now, minimizing that Carlos Mendoza is an innocent bystander is not fair. Now, I am not saying he is most to blame for being 13 games under 500, but if you watch every game, have there been plenty of decisions that Carlos Mendoza has made where you say, what's going on?
Of course.
Has there been a lack of focus when you have a team making 6 freaking errors in a game the other night? Yes. Like, I am so sick and tired of people telling me, well, it's not his fault. Just blanket statement. Well, it's not his fault. It's just not his fault. Like, nobody's saying it's all his fault. But he has contributed to this team being bad. Stop minimizing it. Stop acting like he has nothing to do with it. And we do this sometimes, especially now that he's fired. He's innocent. I feel bad for him. First of all, he'll be fine. Carlos Mendoza is a good baseball man. He'll get another job. Yes. He'll make plenty of money. He will be fine personally. And number 2, stop acting like he doesn't do anything. Like, yes, I think managers can be overrated. I've made that point many, many times. But you can't act like they have no influence on a game. Bullpen decisions are made by the manager.
Of course they are.
Lineup decisions are made by the manager.
And there are lots that he had to have made. Now, granted, his options haven't been great, but he still needs to have a pulse of who is going to be the best option. And we talked about this the other day when Brett Beatty gave up the triple because he should have got it. He runs into the wall. Why is Brett Beatty playing right field? Like it's little things like that Mendy is responsible for, unless you want to say it's the front office, but I don't think that's the case.
Let's go to John in Robinsonville, New Jersey. What's up, John?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Doing well. What's up?
Evan, I was listening to the Rico when I got the breaking news about Mendy, so I came on over to the fan. So
nice.
Keep up the great work with the Rico.
Appreciate it.
That's how I consume my Mets these days.
Thank you.
I have somewhat agree with you that, Mendy has some responsibility in this, as the manager. But I will tell you, I vehemently disagree that if they did this a month ago, it would have done anything. It's a bad roster. Unless Andy Green was going to come in and magically fix Jorge Polanco or Lindor's calf or, everyone else that is banged up, this is a bad roster that Stearns has put together. And what concerns me is that when we talk about, now getting ahead of the managerial search and things like that, Stearns is a problem. And I don't think Cohen recognizes that, or he's just going to deal with it because he's entrusted with this guy. But Stearns is an issue. This job is clearly, and maybe it's not the job because obviously the man has been successful.
Sure.
But maybe this market, even though he's from here, is too big for him. Like his coy answers, his same sitting there in his stupid V-neck sweater, looking like the smartest guy in the rooms at all time. Like I've had enough. I've had enough with Stearns. I will not go to Citi Field. I mean, I know it's bluster talking. I'm going to Citi Field once this year. It's when Pete comes back.
Yeah. I mean, think about what that night's going to be like. That'll be one of the most electric crowds they'll have the rest of the way. A couple of things about what you said. Number one, we're never going to know if they made this move a month and a half ago, if it could have made a difference. Yeah. Now, I admit this is a flawed roster. They're not the Philadelphia Phillies. The Phillies are very talented. I told you the other day I had this weird dream they were in the World Series beating the Yankees. We'll see if that turns out to be the case. But when you make a managerial move, sometimes, and it's unexplainable, but sometimes it does make a difference.
Of course.
And so they eliminated that possibility by waiting as long as they did. So we're never going to know the answer. I could sit there and fight with our last caller, but it's all a big hypothetical. We don't know what would have happened if on May 10th the Mets said, screw it, let's try something. Let's do what the Phillies did and hire an interim manager. We'll never know.
No, of course you can. All you got to do, or now all you got to do is hope that they start playing better because of this. Because we know the methodology. When teams are bad, you can't fire all the players. So something has to change. It's usually the coach. It's always the coach.
It's the coach. It's the manager. That's the easiest thing to do instead of changing the entire roster, which you can start to do during the offseason. But the funny part is he did change the entire roster.
Right.
And it got worse. Ralph's in Howard Beach. Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Evan. Hey, Tiki. How's it going?
What's up, man?
What's up?
So to let you know, I'm actually in Naples, Italy, and I had to stop everything on this trip to call you. I'm actually in a small town, Nola, to see a feast because this is mind-blowing that it took this long for them to do this.
Yeah.
Evan, my biggest problem is who's going to take the job now? Carlos Beltran? You know what I'm saying? Who wants to work with this guy Stearns? He's the real problem. Like, what's the next step here?
It's a very fair question because take Alex Cora, because Alex Cora is going to be the biggest name on the market, and I would assume that next season, when this lockout is settled, actually you can hire a manager during a lockout, so I guess this could be the big news while we're waiting for baseball moves. I don't know what Alex Cora thinks of David Stearns. I have no idea. None of us do. Now, we can make the assumption he may not like him from afar. We can also make the assumption that Alex Cora has a relationship with the Philadelphia Phillies front office, and if the Phillies don't win the World Series, God forbid, even if they do, they may say, thank you, Donnie, and Alex Cora may prefer that job. In fact, if I had to guess right now, he probably would. But I don't know what David Stearns' relationship would be with other managerial candidates. I almost assume that if David Stearns is still the team president, the guy who manages this team is likely a guy without managerial experience or without being a big name.
Why would that be the case?
Because A, the guy he hired was Carlos Mendoza, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, if we're worried about what do other more established guys think of him, then you're less likely to get that guy. That would be why I would answer it that way.
Yeah. I still think it probably is someone who we know already.
Oh, Tiki giving us hints on his big prediction at 11 o'clock.
Ooh. Who is that?
No, not who is that. That's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, but he's teased it enough. We got to wait.
No, not yet.
I don't
Sorry.
like this game.
Too bad. Rob in Tom's River needs to talk now, not you. What's up, Rob?
Going on, gentlemen? Evan, I am like in 90% agreement with you. But let me get this out. In a season where the entire organization has basically spit in everybody's faces in their way, this is about the classiest thing they could have done for Carlos Mendoza. It's like it was almost like tasking a grade school teacher to walk into an operating theater and do brain surgery. Leading this team, a broken team, where I think the statistic is they've had 4 different first basemen, 3 different third basemen, and 11 unique guys up the middle. It was just impossible for the guy. And based on all the statements and everything, I have no doubt that he'll be back on his staff next year.
No doubt. And I agree with you that especially once the season and the rope was let go, and one would argue the rope got let go. The rope was let go of during this series against Chicago. Like this is the let go of the rope series.
Right.
That Carlos Mendoza was going to manage the second half of the season, essentially knowing what Jim Fossil knew and what Art Howe knew, which is he's gone. There's nothing he can do to save his job. And if that's the case, and I think it was going to be the case, then why have him do it? Like, it's almost unfair. It's almost cruel and unusual punishment. If you know there's no way this guy's keeping the job, why would you make him manage the second half of this season?
Yeah, and again, it's. I heard. I guess it was CeeLo saying this. It's almost like you're taking all the pressure off Mendy, just giving him a reprieve. Like, thank you. It's like a mercy firing.
Yeah,
because it didn't feel like anything was going to happen going forward that was going to salvage this for him. I mean, we said it yesterday when we talked about this, after we said we weren't talking about the Mets, and after we said we weren't talking about the Mets again yesterday.
3 days in a row, this bastards.
Mets week.
We talked about how it almost doesn't matter what happens. Mendy's likely not to be the manager.
Right, and once that's the case, get rid of him.
Exactly. Once you know, you know. Why dilly-dally?
Now, my follow-up.
He's getting paid anyways.
Right.
So it doesn't matter for him, and now he doesn't have to sit and face the embarrassment and the ridicule and the hate, which probably will still be there in the back of people's minds, but it's not front and center in your face anymore.
No, I think what ends up happening with managers who are fired is eventually, especially if they have any success here, there becomes a warm spot for them.
Right.
It happens. Now, if you have no success here, like if you're Joe Judge, there is no positive. Or Adam Gase, there is no positive.
Yeah.
But if there was any kind of success, eventually people will start to think positively. Like, for example, it is a short list of seasons where the Mets have made the playoffs. It's not like they make the playoffs all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell you the years off the top of my head, and I could tell you the managers off the top of my head. Carlos Mendoza is on that list.
Yeah.
He's one of those rare guys that managed the New York Mets to the postseason, and he was the manager of a team that was one of the great stories of our lifetime. I know they didn't win anything, and that's depressing, but hey, they haven't won since 1986 anyway. That was a great season in Met history, and he was a big part of it.
Right.
So maybe it's not today, maybe it's a week from now, maybe it's 6 months from now, but I think Carlos Mendoza is a guy that you think of actually fondly as time goes by. You know who? I'll give you another example like that, and tell me if you're already there. Maybe you're not.
Okay.
Brian Daboll's going to be like that.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
You will think fondly of Brian Daboll.
Right, because you'll remember the playoff season.
And Jackson Dart. Those are going to be his two legacies.
And I think when it comes to Daboll, when it comes to Mendoza, I think you still have a high percentage of the fan base that will blame Stearns and Joe Shane for those guys' failures.
Very fair point. Very fair point.
Right.
I completely agree with you. Now, you don't feel that way about Pat Shurmur. You don't feel that way about Mickey Callaway. So there is certain managers and coaches that just die in the dustpan of history. And then there are others that, even though you knew they should have been fired, like we all pretty much came around that the Giants had to fire Brian Daboll.
Yes.
Just like we all came around that the Mets had to fire Carlos Mendoza. There comes a time where you're like, guy did an okay job.
Yep.
And I think Mendy is the case of that. Now, real quick, before we get back to your calls, because this is the question I always find intriguing, and we did do it with, who coached the Giants again last year?
Mike Kafka.
Mike Kafka. It's amazing. And we did it with Jeff Ulbrich. What does this man need to do to keep his job? And I remember you came up with a point system for Mike Kafka.
Oh, right.
Where you said every win is this amount
but
of points.
But it was every win against a team you're supposed to beat versus a team you're supposed to lose to.
That's right.
So, yeah, it was different.
Now, Mike Kafka ended up with a grand total of 0 points, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Like, it was that bad because he ended up losing points.
Right.
He did not come close to keeping the job.
He did not.
The only thing he did well was benching Abdul Carter to try to teach him a lesson.
Yeah, which worked,
It
by
did.
the way.
I agree, because it unlocked them at the end of the year.
Very true. So my question to you is, what would Andy Green, taking over with half a season left, have to do for all of us, not just the Mets, forget what David Stearns would do, like Met fans to say, you know what, keep this guy.
It isn't easy being green.
And by the way, this answer is going to be proof that it's not easy being green, because I have no idea what you guys are going to say about what he would need to do to keep this job.
You want to know?
Yeah.
54-27.
50, okay.
I'm not going to give you a record. Make the playoffs, get out of the wild card round.
That's
That's steep.
It is.
54-27.
50. You know what's funny? My gut answer to this question, which I will remain, is actually less than what you guys are asking for.
Really?
You're saying 54-27, which would get them to how many wins?
88.
88 wins. Probably a playoff berth.
Yes.
Sean is saying.
But they might miss out. But then you'd say, he charged them back. They were so close.
Yeah.
Like, if they had done this earlier, back to the conversation we're having today, Andy Green might have been the answer.
Yes.
So 54-27.
Okay. So you are saying an incredible second half, a 108 win pace.
And that's like 67 or so % win percentage.
Right. So the odds are very low, but at least you're putting out there, he does that, I keep you.
Right.
You're saying that's not even enough. He needs to win a round of the playoffs.
I am. No, and by the way, I'm not trying to be hot takey. I think that this season has already left such a sour taste in Met fans' mouths that however the Mets' path to the playoffs, if they were to rebound.
You got to cleanse it with something like real.
Yeah, like you could look at it and go, well, the rest of the National League collapsed. I still didn't believe. Like, you need to put a stamp on this.
Yeah, my bar is a lot lower. I think if the Mets somehow finish this season at 500, which is also asking a lot, it means they have to play 13 games above 500 over the final 81. I would probably sit here on this station and on the Rico and say, guy, you're on the job. Let's go.
I don't think the fan base will agree with you.
I'm speaking for myself here.
I know.
Because I would say, wow, something happened on a veteran team or even a young team if they just start giving young players the opportunity. Something happened to where they played pretty good baseball for a long period of time. Now, part of why I keep saying they're buried is that's really good baseball, and it still wouldn't be enough. I admit that. They're not making the playoffs with 81 wins. But I think if you accomplish something like that, and I want to make something clear if you're just tuning in, nobody's predicting this. We are merely trying to be fair to the new manager of the Mets and say, hey, if you do this, we would want to keep you as manager. So anyone just tuning in thinking, did you hear these schmucks in the midday? They think that. No, we don't think any of that.
No.
But I think if they could somehow play that kind of baseball for the second half of the year, I would at least use my bully pulpit to say Andy Green's the guy, keep him.
Yeah. Do you think that David Stearns, and I guess this is with the blessing of Steve Cohen, they fired him at the midpoint. I mean, we're at the midpoint.
Yes, 81 games.
Do you think they did that on purpose?
No, I think this week was so embarrassing. And I think Steve knows it. I think Steve Cohen made this firing. This is not reporting. This is me just speculating, educated speculation, as I like to say. I think this is Steve Cohen seeing the tweets, hearing the chants, listening to this radio station, and knowing I have to do something. And I know I have to do something, and so I'm going to go into David Stearns' office, and we got to get rid of the manager. So I don't think it's about 81 games. I think it's about this series. This series will be memorable. 2026 is going to be a lost year, but this series against Chicago will actually be memorable for how pathetic it was.
Do you think that Steve Cohen legitimately needed the Knicks season to end so he could lock back in and focus in on how bad this was going?
Wow.
Wake up and stop being an ass.
Look, that sounds crazy.
What do you mean? So he's a season ticket holder for the Knicks.
Yes.
So he needed the Knicks to be over so that he could stop worrying about being
Tiki.
a Knicks fan
Tiki.
and changing games, not changing games for the Mets so that the Knick fan could actually go see the Knick game. So he had to wait for all of this?
Tiki, hold on. This is going to sound tongue-in-cheek, but I think there could be some truth there. Would we agree? Steve Cohen, at his core, is still a human being, right? Of
course.
And Steve Cohen obviously is making money, the business side of things, but his sports brain, we know, was on the Knicks. He was going to games. He was watching. He was telling Met fans, I'm not delaying the game for the Knicks, and while going to the Knicks games, it is ironic that as bad as this season has been for the Mets, a week after the Knicks parade, suddenly, now it's rock bottom? Now, all of a sudden, he's sitting there watching the product, hearing chants. Now it's rock bottom?
Yeah, but they weren't on this. They actually were good in May.
They were making a push to get to 6 under, 7 under.
And then they would fall right back down
I
again.
agree, but it was mostly treading water. They are no longer treading water. They have fallen underneath the boat.
What is this, 6 in a row?
Yes. It's 6 in a row.
I understand.
They're 13 under 500, the most under 500 they've been all year. I get what you're saying, and I appreciate it. But I think that you just need to see what just happened. They got embarrassed by the Phillies on national TV twice. They got swept at home, in which the crowd was chanting for a player not on the team.
Yeah. But now the crowd is even more locked in chanting now that they don't have another thing distracting them for 2 months.
I think you're missing the boat on that. Met fans were always at Citi Field despite the Knicks run. I think what happened was a 6-error game. Like Game 2 of that doubleheader. That is the game of 2026.
Then why
People
not
are going to remember
fire
it.
him yesterday?
I can't answer.
Because it was Thursday yesterday.
You don't make firings on Thursdays. You don't know that? Superstition. You can't do that. It's never a Thursday.
Oh, but
It's a Friday dump. I'm telling you, dude.
If it was a Friday dump, do it at 4 o'clock today.
Well, you got a game tonight.
You got a game, so you don't want him to manage tonight.
No, actually, look it up, Shaun. Do you know a manager has never been fired on a Thursday? True story.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what? You know that I'm never going to look that up, so I'm just going to believe you.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way that's true.
For everybody in the audience, I made it up. I'm not going to lie to you.
But you delivered it so expertly.
But I delivered it in a way in which I wanted to see if Shaun would, A, waste his time looking it up.
No shot.
Larry's in Westchester. Hey, Larry.
What up, Larry?
Hey, Evan, Tiki, what's going on, guys?
All's good. What's up?
Well, Evan, I have to agree with you. I do think that Cohen just had enough, and he did go into Stearns' office last night and said, fire this guy. The only problem is he should have told Stearns, follow you out the door, because as far as I'm concerned, Stearns is more responsible for this mess than Mendoza ever was. Mendoza, he can only do with the players that he was given with, which was Stearns is doing all along. He's the guy that's made a mess out of this season. The biggest mistake, of course, is letting Alonso go. And, again, I don't know who's going to be the manager. I'm such a long-time Mets fan. It goes off my head now. But, again, Stearns, to me, is the architect of this team. He's got to take responsibility for it. And I don't see Cohen doing that, unfortunately.
I think, and this is where I'm at in terms of, hey, Evan, would you fire David Stearns? My answer is still no. And that's not a defense of him. I think most of the things I say about him are critical about every move he made. And maybe my answer will not suit you or suit many Met fans.
Let's hear it.
But the reason I am not there in firing David Stearns this quickly after hiring him, because a team president shouldn't just be here for 3 years, they should be here for longer, is that I have zero faith that this owner, who has gone through so many different front offices, and this was the apple of his eye, this is the guy they waited years for, I have zero confidence he'll have any idea what to do if he does fire David Stearns.
Well, not only that, who are you bringing in? And whoever that is you bring in, it's going to be extraordinarily complicated for him to figure out David Stearns' mess. So the best person to get David Stearns out of the mess he made is David Stearns.
Well, and also, I think that anyone you hire is either an unproven executive where you cross your fingers they're the answer, or B, someone who's not as accomplished as David Stearns.
Yes.
Like Theo Epstein is not walking through that door, so get his name out your mouth, right? And so I know that's not a great reason. And eventually, despite everything I say, I'll come to the point where I say, screw it, you got to fire him. Maybe that's a 5-year window. I'm not sure. But I'm being real because I hear this a lot from Met fans, and I get it. I understand it. Fire David Stearns. He's the architect. He did this. He did that. It's easy to fire someone. It's tough to replace them. And right now, Steve Cohen, and I'm glad he bought the team. I'd still take him over the Wilpons. He's going through his Dolan. He's got a lot of money, and he wants to win, and he has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah.
He just doesn't. Now, I'll make you another prediction about Steve Cohen. He's going to tweet today. We are going to get our very first Steve Cohen tweet since the middle of April when he talked about how Bo Bichette put big boy pants on. That was the day of the NFL draft. That was the day the Knicks went down 2-1 to the Atlanta Hawks. That's the last time Steve Cohen tweeted, April 23rd, 2026. And I predict to you at some point before first pitch, we're going to hear from him. Now, what is he going to say? It's going to sound something like, I'm sorry, I'm mad as you guys are.
We've made mistakes.
Thank you to Carlos, and let's turn this season around. I still believe in the team, which no one wants to hear, by the way. No one wants to hear you tell us you still believe in the team. So that's my prediction for Cohen. Speaking of predictions, we'll let you know who we think is going to be the next manager of the New York Mets in a few minutes and get back to your calls at 888-808-1019. Turning point of last night's Yankee game.
We talked about it already.
It's straightforward.
That was not the turning point.
Yes, it was the turning point.
Ahmed Rosario.
Error, making all 6 of the runs that were scored by the Boston Red Sox last night unearned.
All right, here it is, the turning point of last night's Yankee game.
Here's a 2-0. Big pitch. Swung on line, hit hard through the wickets of Rosario into left field. That's going to score Yoshida. Coming to third is Rafaela, and into second is Contreras. Boy, if he fields it, that's a double play, and he pulled up too soon, right through the 5-hole.
Right through the 5-hole.
Yeah, you heard Shaun say this earlier when he was giving a fan focus that Cam Schlittler, despite giving up 5 runs, lowered his ERA.
Yeah, because they were unearned.
That's why.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah, Boone was asked after the game, and it's a good question because I go back and forth on it. When you've got guys like Ahmed Rosario and Jose Caballero that can play multiple positions, why wasn't Rosario in left and Caballero at third?
Right.
And Boone actually gave a pretty good answer, which is with Schlittler on the mound, I just expected to be fewer ground balls to third base. It's not like Max Fried's on the mound where there'll be more kind of ground balls to third. And he put a premium on left field. And what's funny about that is then in left field, Caballero makes this terrible throw on that short sacrifice fly. But it was a good question. I'm not ripping Boone for it because it's not like I was standing there before the game saying, why is he in this position and that position? But it was definitely worth thinking about.
Yeah. Shaun, in the playoffs, who do you want playing third base?
That's a loaded question.
Bo Bichette. What are you talking about?
I'm being honest because, look, Ryan McMahon has not hit much this season. He actually started to hit a little bit for a minute, and then it is what it is. But he makes that play.
I will tell you who I want playing third base.
The answer is simple.
It's Jose Caballero with George Lombard at short.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that. It's Jose Caballero with either Volpe having figured things out, because Volpe's hitting is just defense continues to be shaky.
Right.
Shaky.
Or George Lombard's up here, or you end up just getting someone from outside the organization.
Right.
I hear Nolan Arenado is still available.
Oh, God.
Your brain's got to be right at some point.
We'll come back with your calls and who will be the next manager of the New York Mets. 888-808-1019. Have you ever wondered why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but FanCash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. Switch to a sportsbook that will always give you one more to play with. Go check it out yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York residents, call 877-HATE-OPEN-Y. Or text OPEN-Y 467-369. Connecticut residents, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
If you're looking to level up your wardrobe, you've got to check out Collars & Co. You've heard me talk about them for years now. You remember them. Mark Cuban invested on Shark Tank. They're the team behind the dress collar polo that sold over 1 million shirts. And now they've launched the Maverick Performance Blazer. And this thing is so sweet. Whether this simple beige color with window panes or gray with blue window panes, it is sharp, lightweight, and completely wrinkle resistant, making it perfect for travel. You pack it up and it comes out looking fresh. Plus, get smart features like security zip pockets, a sunglasses loop, or an optional pocket square. So hit up collarsandco.com right now. Use code Tiki and you'll get 20% off. And if you don't want to go online, you want to physically touch it, you can go to their new Upper West Side store at 182 Columbus Avenue.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
While the Major League Baseball Players Association continues to sit at the table like a petulant toddler refusing to eat their vegetables, the league continues to put forth more proposals that line up with exactly what fans want. First, it was a cap and floor. Now it's the elimination of salary deferrals and the introduction of something similar to the NBA's bird rights. Players can keep pushing back, but as my dad used to say, we're going to sit there until that plate's clean. And right in the middle of that plate, a salary cap. I'm Chris Mann.
Roll
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The United States staggers into the knockout round following a 3-2 loss to Turkey in their final group stage match. The USA still wins the group and has a knockout round contest looming against Bosnia and Herzegovina. Austin Trusty and Sebastian Berhalter both scored for the United States. I'm Mike Conti.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, this is Sal Licata. You know that when your AC fails, it's the worst. Make sure that doesn't happen by contacting my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's air conditioning experts for decades. They're my go-to techs. They've done plenty of work on my house. I trust these guys to do a great job. And by the way, if your AC unit is over 15 years old, you're wasting your money. Get a new high-efficiency AC system right now. You'll save money and stay cooler. Go to EdisonHVAC.com. That's EdisonHVAC.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time.
Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
I can. You can't spell American without it. And now during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, you can celebrate 250 years of the country that can, with the vehicle that always can. I can go where freedom takes me, and take it all in with Jeep Wrangler's legendary 4x4 capability. I can see this country in all its beauty, in Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV, and I can celebrate it all in the brand that America calls its most patriotic. And right now, during the Jeep Make This the Summer event, well-qualified current FCA lessees get an ultra-low mileage lease on the 2026 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4 for $419 a month for 36 months with $2,049 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra. No security deposit required. Jeep has won more awards over its lifetime than any other SUV brand. Call 1-888-925-JEEP for details. Requires dealer contribution and lease through Stellantis Financial. Current vehicle must be registered to consumer at least 30 days prior to lease. Extra charge for miles over 22,500. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 6/30. Jeep is a registered trademark.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Bring the flavor to the World Soccer Championship with Crush Orange Soda. Crush is the perfect pick for every match, highlight, and game-winning goal. Make every match even sweeter with Crush Orange Soda.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Yassine Bono was born in Montreal, raised in Casablanca, and made his name as a goalkeeper at Sevilla. Round of 16, Morocco against Spain. Possession football giants. 120 minutes scoreless. Penalties. Bono saved Carlos Soler. He saved Sergio Busquets. Pablo Sarabia going first had hit the post. Spain eliminated. Morocco through. Bono ran the length of the pitch, hands raised. The first Arab nation to a World Cup quarterfinal. First African team to a semifinal would come next. His mother joined him on the pitch after each match, kissing his forehead. The image of a goalkeeper and the woman who'd raised him.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
Been giving this a lot of thought over the last hour and 20 minutes since the New York Mets made it official that they are firing Carlos Mendoza midseason and promoting Andy Green to manager. He was working in the front office. He's a former MLB manager, and he'll take over for the final 81 games. I started thinking, all right, in 2027, whenever baseball occurs, who's going to manage the Mets? And I also thought that when they hired Buck Showalter, they also hired him in the middle of a lockout. In fact, the Mets announced they were hiring Buck Showalter 3 weeks into baseball shutting down. So let that be a reminder that while we wait for labor negotiations that are going to go nowhere, we may get manager news.
Yeah.
That could be the big baseball story.
Yeah, we'll to be determined how long this lockout or work stoppage ultimately is. It feels like Major League Baseball is going all out to get their side of the story out there, posting it on social media.
Can I give them advice? Stop. You're losing the PR battle. I'm just letting you guys know if you care.
They're losing the PR battle with the players, but they're trying to win it with the fans.
Yeah, they're losing that.
Why?
They could because publicly negotiating and announcing we're going to offer 5 or 6 year max contracts, we all laughed at it. Like we all heard that and said, you're embarrassing yourself.
Yeah,
if you're going to make such an insulting offer, do it privately. It's just a bad job by them.
Yeah, I mean,
that was embarrassing.
That notwithstanding, it's the other data that they're more interested in getting out there.
That's fine. I'm not even saying the other stuff. I'm saying with them leaking out yesterday or announcing yesterday that they made that offer, collectively everybody laughed at them. It was really embarrassing. They shouldn't have done that. I'm not saying they shouldn't have offered it because it is a CBA negotiation. I get all that. To announce that publicly, it's just insulting. And everyone with a brain knows that the players are going to laugh at it. It was a bad job. But anyhow, story for a different day. I'm down to 3 guys who I think will manage the Mets in 2027. Okay? 3 candidates.
Okay.
And I'm debating between the 3 of them.
Alex Cora is one.
Alex Cora is not one of them.
Not one
I
of
don't
them.
think they're going to get Alex Cora.
Wow.
I
thought you meant who you want.
No. That's far different.
Yeah.
My endorsement is different than a prediction. This is a prediction. I want to clarify.
Okay.
This is what I think is going to happen. I'm down to 3 guys.
Can you not name all 3? Can you pick
I'm
one
not.
and then go? Okay.
I'm not. You know what? You guys want to go first? Would that make you feel better?
I'm going to say this. We do these long-term predictions all the time. This is arguably, in real time, the most confident I've ever been in a real
Confident?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, but before you say anything, I've written down my 3 names. Okay? Go ahead.
All right. I'm going to explain it this way. Who is the most important player on the Mets to keep happy?
Juan Soto.
Juan Soto has played for how many managers this year?
This year?
Yeah.
Well, just Carlos Mendoza and now Andy Green.
Wrong.
Oh, Yachty?
No.
Didn't Yachty manage the DR?
No.
Oh, he managed Puerto Rico. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right.
Albert Pujols?
Albert Pujols.
Get out.
Come on.
No chance.
The DR manager, he took all those managerial interviews last year, almost got the Angel job.
That's weird.
Juan Soto's guy.
That's an interesting one.
I don't even know how I would feel about that.
You would like it until it was a disaster.
Albert Pujols managing the Mets is, just from a fandom standpoint and legend standpoint, is very similar to Steve Nash coaching the Nets. A superstar player that I really don't have any emotions towards.
True, but also in baseball, it translates differently. Like basketball, you really got to have your P's and Q's together.
But he's also a managerial candidate.
I know, of course. Because
I'm not dismissing
he
him.
wouldn't have managed in the WBC if that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I'm not ripping him as a candidate. I'm more reacting to the idea of maybe the greatest right-hand hitter I've ever seen managing the Mets, and I've never had emotions towards him. Even when they faced him in 06, I didn't hate him. He was just an all-time great player.
And by all accounts, in March, him and Soto were tight.
That's a good guess.
I don't
like
think
that.
so.
I like that.
He moved in the left field.
That's right. It wasn't Mendy. It was Pujols.
He made the Mets move him to left field.
All right, so your official guess as the next manager of the New York Mets is Albert Pujols.
Albert Pujols.
Yeah,
He was not on my list.
This is easy for me. Carlos Beltran. We've talked about him plenty of times. He's already in the organization as a special assistant, which means that he advises the manager, or when the manager needs him, if necessary, to go chat with the team about something or go chat with a player about something. He's around and available. And so he's been around this team. He knows this team. We all know that he got screwed out of being a managerial, his managerial candidacy, whenever that was, 7 years ago. And I think he wants to do it. And the fact that it's not as an interim means that the Hall of Fame stuff, which we talked about earlier this year when he got accepted into the Hall of Fame and will be inducted in September, is past this. So I'm going to say Carlos Beltran.
Are you ready?
Yep. Give us a 3.
Before I give you the 3,
No,
I'm just going to
give us the one, number 1, and then the other 2.
The next manager of the New York Mets.
We're leaning into kicking ass.
Is going to be.
It's right in front of us.
Aaron Boone.
Oh my God. What a swerve is that?
I'm actually just kidding. I'm not predicting Aaron Boone. I could see it happening only because Yankees underachieve. They fire him. And it's like, that's a pretty good candidate.
We'll take him.
We'll take him.
You guys are dumb. Here's a call to the bullpen you can make. Ask for a salad.
Yeah, no, that was me having fun with you.
Yeah.
So I think that David Stearns, who will remain the team president, okay, I guess Steve Cohen could change his mind and say, screw it, this has been so bad, I'm blowing the whole thing up. But I err on the side that he's back. I think he either goes to Beltran, like you said, because A, he likes him, Cohen likes him, I know it was a prior administration that hired him to begin with, but he's in the organization. And I think they all know the fans would love it.
Of course.
And he deserves it.
And he'll have so much respect in the clubhouse.
The ultimate respect. This is the guy who I thought mid-season they should hire when the season was still a thing. If he was willing to accept it, maybe he wasn't willing to accept it because of it being mid-season. So he's one guy I'm thinking long and hard about. The other one is someone with an affiliation to David Stearns who no one's heard of or cares about, and that would be Jason Lane, who is a former major leaguer who's been in the Brewers coaching staff world for the last 7 years. I think was just promoted to like strategy of offense. I'm not even kidding. That's literally a job.
That just sounds like a geek.
Okay, that makes me even more confident that I'll be right. So that's the outside the box. Met fans will revolt. What are we doing? Jason Lane. And the third one, and this is going to be my answer. I think the next manager of the Mets is actually going to continue to be Andy Green. I think he's going to defy the odds and get the job.
What happened with him in San Diego?
They sucked.
I understand that.
They weren't good.
Was it him or was it the roster? Or
it's tough, man.
Like, I don't remember those seasons in San Diego.
I went back and looked at their roster. Fernando Tatis Jr. there, very young. Manny Machado there after they had signed him, I think in the final year of his years there. Chris Paddock was having that great rookie season. I mean, he had talent. It wasn't good. But look, we've seen this before. I mean, Terry Collins wasn't a good manager in Anaheim, and he was a manager that got the Mets to the World Series. Bobby Valentine wasn't great in his first job. So I don't think that it's disqualifying to be bad at your first job. But the reason I think it is because, A, he has experience, and B, there's a part of me that thinks the Mets are going to be halfway decent. Not to the point where they get back into it, because I don't think they're very good, but I think decent enough for them to say he's the guy. And I know that doesn't excite a lot of Met fans, and I'm not even saying that it's going to be the bar that we set of what he would need to do to keep the job.
Yeah.
But I think what he may need to do to keep the job for David Stearns and Steve Cohen is going to be far different than what he needs to do for Tiki Barber, me, or Shaun. So if I had to guess right now, I'd put my money on Andy Green being the full-time manager of the New York Mets. So those are your three predictions. Albert Pujols from Shaun, Carlos Beltran from me, and Carlos Beltran from you, and Andy Green from me.
Yes. Which one would tickle your undercarriage?
Beltran.
Beltran. Okay.
Look, the next one is who do you want? I'd want Alex Cora or Carlos Beltran. I'd put Alex Cora number one. I'm intrigued by other guys. Like Joe Girardi would intrigue me by getting another opportunity. Jokes aside, if you guys fired Aaron Boone, I'd have to think about that too. Like I wouldn't throw that away. I don't want Ozzie Guillen, so don't bring him up.
Mike Schilt?
I don't want Mike Schilt, no. Bring over Dave Roberts.
Yadi Molina.
Steal him away.
How the heck are you stealing him away?
Yadi Molina.
What about
he has a chance to win every year for the next half a decade.
He's my cousin. I've got pull.
What about the Venezuela manager that's all hot for everybody?
Oh, yeah. That's not a bad. What's his name again? I forgot.
I got to look it up. Remember that was like the big candidate?
You're right. He's with the Astros, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so we'll see what happens. But as of right now, here's what we do know. Carlos Mendoza will not be the manager. How about this? How about
Omar Lopez?
Omar Lopez. How about the Mets are like, boy, Yankees had success. Let's try another one of their coaches, and they bring back Luis Rojas. How about that one? I'm just kidding.
Wow.
I'm screwing around. I don't want that. Let's get back to your calls. 888-808-1019 is the number. Let's go to Mike in Brooklyn. What's up, Mike?
What's going on, guys?
All's well.
All is well. All is well in Mets land, too. And I think us Mets fans need to understand what we're watching here, right? Because we just came off the Knicks championship. And the real Knicks fans know that it was a long journey. And the Knicks, they had a rich owner. He was lazy. He did whatever people told him to do. He got the guys that people suggested to him. Isaiah Thomas, right? And we had tons of Hall of Fame coaches and tons of young upstart coaches and Derek Fishers and whatever, and they never worked, right? Until they got someone that actually knew basketball that can make it happen. I think that here with the Mets, we are watching Isaiah Thomas, and I think that we need to just embrace this and accept that the organization is doomed for 10 years because Andy Green has ruined the minor league system, okay? And he's probably going to ruin this too. And when we look back on it, Epler's kids, right? He got rid of all of Epler's kids, and now what are we stuck with? We're stuck with nothing. So we're looking at Isaiah Thomas. I'll let you guys talk.
Yeah, look, he did move out a lot of those kids. They're elsewhere at this point. But some of them still have potential to be good players. Christian Scott, obviously, Nolan McLean, Jonah Tong, when those guys are ready. Like I have to agree, disagree with you. Because, look, when you say Isaiah Thomas, we all know what was going on with Isaiah Thomas. That had nothing to do with his basketball acumen or executive skill that disrupted and destroyed the reputation of that organization. So it's not nearly that. The similarity is that James Dolan basically hired people he knew and were close to and were friends. Like, they were like friends. And it didn't work until he found the right one to hire in Leon Rose. So Steve Cohen is trying to do the same thing. It's just he doesn't have the reach. He hasn't been in it long enough to know what David Stearns is actually going to look like as a record. I mean, I don't know if they knew each other before.
No, but I think he knew he was successful in Milwaukee.
Yeah, but it's Milwaukee.
He's a New York guy.
It's Milwaukee.
Yeah, but if you're successful in Milwaukee, you can be successful in New York. I don't believe that you can't just because it's a different marketplace.
It's just a different MO. And I think he's learning that, unfortunately, the hard way, which is why he has some grace, meaning Stearns, going forward. Because it's so different from what he did in Milwaukee.
Nobody's giving him grace. Who's giving him grace other than the owner?
Grace?
The owner. That's what you mean? I thought you meant like we were giving him grace.
Hell no.
Because like even just because I say I wouldn't fire him, I don't think I'm giving him grace.
No.
I think he's done a terrible job.
No, I'm talking solely about the owner.
Gotcha.
He's clearly giving him time.
I think the problem with the owner right now is, he wanted this guy for years. This wasn't just...
So why would he fire him after 2?
He wouldn't.
That's exactly right.
That's why we're all coming to the same conclusion that as much as Met fans want him gone, it's not going to happen. And I also think that smart people sometimes know what they don't know. I don't think Steve Cohen is trying to run the New York Mets like he knows baseball.
No.
I think he knows he doesn't.
Which is why he's likely quiet and out of the way.
Which is why...
Not posting anything on social media, not addressing the circumstances around the team. But that... It's a weird contradiction because that in itself pisses the fan off.
No, I get you, but I'm saying I think that's also why, because he knows he doesn't know, and this was the guy he wanted for years, if he decides to fire him because he's angry about the results, he's thinking to himself, and then what?
Yeah.
And that's the problem I think most Met fans have. It's easy to say, fire him. We can go through his resume, we can go through the win-loss records, and it's an easy conclusion to come to. The tough part is saying, who do you want to hire?
Right.
Because the only answer people ever come up with is Theo Epstein, and he's not taking the job. He's not walking through that door. He wants ownership in the team. It's not happening. So now you're talking about who? A young executive in Milwaukee or Boston or Houston or Seattle? That's the problem. Jared Porter, Zach Scott, Sandy Alderson, Billy Epler. He's had all of those guys running the team at one point before he got the apple of his eye. Let's go to Frank in White Plains. Hey, Frank.
And Devin, you remember me very well with WFAN, what the hell I was doing with them, all right?
Yeah.
With you and Joe, I called you every day.
Yep.
Steve Cohen, he's the richest guy out there, owner of baseball, probably all the sports, but he's not a baseball guy.
Mm-hmm.
And Nevin, I'm so sorry, but you are defending David Stern.
How's that?
You are. When you said he shouldn't be fired, you are defending him, Nevin.
Well, I'm defending him, though, based on where you pivot towards and my lack of confidence in this owner knowing where to pivot to.
Yeah, Nevin. But listen, last year he screwed up the team with the pitching. This year he screwed up all the team, everything from scratch. And now, what else you expect from him, Nevin? He should be fired. Today's Friday.
And who would you replace him with?
You know something, George Steinberger, when he was alive, he will fire this guy. He won't care.
I love George. George would fire guys and have no idea what to do. And he would call someone up on a cell phone. Not a cell phone because they didn't have it back then. He'd call someone up on, hey, you want the job? Can you take the job? Like, we all respect George Steinbrenner because of the way it eventually worked out. It was not good. Steve Cohen being George of the 70s and 80s would please us in terms of a PR standpoint. Right. It would not please us in terms of hiring the right people.
Are you not entertained? Yes, you definitely were entertained.
We would definitely be entertained, that's for sure. More of your calls coming up at 888-808-1019. And we try to explain to those that don't understand why Red Sox fans were chanting Yankees suck last night at Fenway Park. But Fancast Fridays are powered by Fanatics Sportsbook. Are you ready for one? Are you ready for one? Because America's fastest growing sportsbook is Fanatics. We're going to take the 10th caller right now at 866-540-WFAN for your chance to win $100 in fan cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. It's every Friday because winning hits different here. And have you ever wondered why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Well, other sports books, their rewards are just the same old, same old. But fan cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack fan cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% fan cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your fan cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I mention they're giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what all the fuss is about. Switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out yourself or download the Fanatics Sportsbook app right now. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York residents, call 877-HATE-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y 467-369. Connecticut residents, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
There's no better time than now to upgrade your home. With Windorama's summer savings event, save up to 40% off when you install with Windorama. Choose from top brands like Anderson Windows and Doors and Master Shield Gutter Guards. Book your free in-home consultation, shop from home, and let their local certified experts handle it all. A stress-free process from measurement to installation, and when you shop in stock inventory, they'll install in just 14 days. Visit Windorama.com and book now.
And this portion of the program is sponsored by the Martin Tuckman School of Management at NJIT.
The World Cup is here. NJIT's Martin Tuckman School of Management has bridged business and tech to build the ultimate digital fan hub. See how loud your city is and track fan data in real time. Be part of the game. Visit njit-worldcup.com.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
If you're still using a sports book to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sports book. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple or strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up. A whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
John Montone, are you ready to make this the summer?
Yeah, Todd, the summer. But where do I find the summer?
At Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Because we have some amazing incentives to get you behind the wheel of a Jeep or Ram truck.
And you can really make this the summer when you step into a new 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4. Lease for just $399 a month for 39 months and just $48.88 due at signing, plus tax, title, and registration.
Or buy and get 0% APR financing for 60 months.
My summer is definitely being made during Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram's Make This the Summer event.
Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, home of exceptional people, exceptional deals.
Call 833-853-2969 for details. Tax title registration extra. 0 security deposit. VIN number T4174388. MSRP $64.25. APR at $16.67 per month for $1,000 financed. And $630.26.
So I'm watching TV the other night, and there he is again, Evander Holyfield talking about Terra Origin creatine. And I'm thinking, wait, this guy won heavyweight titles, fought 12 rounds for a living, and somehow still looks ready to go another 3. Meanwhile, I pull a muscle reaching for the remote. So listen, if you're looking to support strength, recovery, and performance, go check out Terra Origin Creatine today. And right now, you get 20% off your first order at TerraOrigin.com. That's 20% off at TerraOrigin.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Tune in for the Yankees' first pitch presented by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The United States has already won Group D, but still has to get through 90 minutes against Turkey before starting knockout play. The USA is coming off back-to-back wins at a World Cup for the first time since 1930. Turkey is already eliminated and has been one of the tournament's biggest disappointments. I'm Mike Conti.
Bring the flavor to the World Soccer Championship with Crush Orange Soda. Crush is the perfect pick for every match, highlight, and game-winning goal. Make every match even sweeter with Crush Orange Soda.
Operating engineers Local 825 are the men and women who make our region move. So whether it's roads, bridges, or our favorite team stadium, they build and maintain the critical transportation, water, and energy infrastructure we rely on. That's why their advocacy organization, ELEC, the Engineers Labor Employer Cooperative, fights for those priorities every day. That's ELEC, representing the signatory contractors and the hardworking men and women who build both New York and New Jersey.
Enjoy the excitement of the World Soccer Championship with Schweppes Ginger Ale. Crisp, refreshing, and full of classic flavor. Schweppes Ginger Ale is the perfect companion for every thrilling match, every big save, and every game-winning goal. Pick up the iconic taste of Schweppes at your local ShopRite and enjoy it while cheering on your favorite soccer team. Make every match a winning experience with a delicious Schweppes Ginger Ale. Available at another winner, your local ShopRite store.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. The New York Giants are getting ready for a new season. What are your expectations for Big Blue? Join the conversation at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
The Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. Tonight is the NHL draft, so some wheelings and dealings have begun. The Rangers have traded somewhat of a fan favorite in Brett Berard up to the Montreal Canadiens for AHL young defenseman William Trudeau. So no more brain work there by Chris Drury. We'll see what else he cooks up throughout the rest of the day. And in the NBA, we have another NBA trade. Isaiah Joe is being dealt from Oklahoma City to Detroit to become a member of the Pistons. This Fan Focus was sponsored by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Some concerns about James Dolan. We'll address that in a little bit. And we'll get back to your calls on Carlos Mendoza and the future of the New York Mets, as they did make the decision earlier today to fire Carlos Mendoza. Let's say congratulations to our Fan Cash winner, Sasha. What's up, my man? Congratulations.
Hey, what's up? Thank you so much.
No problem. So you're a big Yankee fan?
Yes, sir.
So will
Yankee
you
fan.
potentially put some of your winnings on the line this weekend with Yankees-Red Sox?
I think so. I think that, and I'll probably parlay with Zach Wheeler's strikeout prop tonight against the Mets.
I can't argue with you.
That was an awesome troll.
Awesome. Troll? He wants to win money.
Yeah, whatever. It was awesome, Sasha.
Yeah.
A little bit of both, yeah.
Fantastic.
No, I get it. Well, congratulations, and you'll probably win both. So good luck this weekend, my man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good Sasha, your Fanatics Fan Cash winner.
I like that.
He's going to parlay a Yankee
Fabulous.
victory and a Zach Wheeler
Fabulous.
over on strikeouts. The MLB players are negotiating publicly, too, and they put out a leak that they're telling the owners, we don't want there to be prop bets anymore, which was a very interesting counter.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, because of the threats that they receive individually.
Right. And the malfeasance that happened.
The malfeasance, obviously, we saw it with Emmanuel Clase, and I think they put the owners in a tricky spot.
Yeah.
Because that is financially...
Can they do that?
Of course they can.
I mean, can the owners make
How do they say no? If they say no, they're selfish pigs.
Yeah.
Players are playing a game, right? Now, I'm not saying they don't agree that they should ban those prop bets.
By the way, they should ban them.
They should, but the owners don't want to in all likelihood because it's,
but how much money are they? I don't even want to speculate.
Can I speak up as the degenerate in the room?
That's not necessarily the word you should use, but okay.
Baseball without player prop bets from a gambling perspective is the least worthy sport to bet on.
So you'll stop betting on it?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Because you're talking about run lines and stuff. Like, it just...
Wait, so you're saying it would greatly affect baseball?
I think it
if
would
I'm
hurt baseball.
interpreting you
So
correctly.
when you say run lines,
Okay, so like when you bet a football game, hey, a team's laying 6.5 points. A basketball game, team's laying... Like, you always have those sides.
Is that a prop bet?
No, that's not a prop. My point is that's all that's left in baseball is to go. I'll take the
He's
Braves
saying
laying...
it would be valuable to lose it.
So losing a prop bet would be like... Cam Schlittler's going to go 5 2/3.
Yeah. Like football, we all love the player props in the NBA and football, but those sports can survive betting sides and totals. Baseball is not like that.
And I guess the concern is if the sports books who have deals with Major League Baseball say, hey, we really need those prop bets, we're going to lose millions upon millions upon millions of dollars if it's not there, are the owners just going to say, sure, players, we're going to give it to you?
Yeah, that's an interesting little I don't know, pushback by the players.
It's a very smart pushback. Now, I'm going to take them at face value that they actually have really good regular reasons for saying they want to ban.
I think they do.
I think they do too, but it's also like it's a needling of the owners.
Look, you know this. When you're a player at any level, you know that there are just some bad eggs. There's just some guys that are idiots, morons. They're going to do the wrong thing when given the opportunity. And Major League Baseball players are prideful, and they don't want those guys in the game. Or they don't want those guys... Because I don't think you can keep them from being in the game if they're great players. You don't want those guys being able to do bad things and put a bad black eye really on the game.
No, I get that. I totally get that. Before we get back to your Mendoza calls, future of the Mets, there was a conversation last night on the Yankee broadcast that I thought was interesting, and I was hoping to jump in on and clarify. It was between Michael Kay and David Cohen around Red Sox fans, because in the 7th or 8th inning of the game, I forget exactly when in the game it was, Red Sox fans started doing something they do a lot. They were chanting, Yankees suck. And here's how the conversation sounded.
It's really strange, the crowd chanting that old chant that they have here. I guess the standings on the left field board, they can't see those.
They chanted this at the Patriots Super Bowl. It's ingrained.
Let me explain this.
No biggie, right?
They're not saying the Yankees literally suck.
Yeah.
They're expressing that they don't like the Yankees.
Yeah.
And when you don't like something, you don't chant, I don't like you. We hate the Yankees. Like, that's not like a real thing.
Yeah.
So what you do is you go far, even if it's not accurate, and say, this thing sucks.
Yeah, but when you chant Yankees suck, you already don't mean they literally suck. So it's like metaphorically literal. You know what I mean?
Fucking suck.
Metaphorically literal.
Like when you say somebody stinks, they don't actually smell.
That is an oxymoron.
Yeah. So what is the deep meaning of this, Evan?
What are you trying to say?
It's like if I went to Evan's house, Evan was like, "Hey, can you watch my dog? Just come by, feed her, and make sure she's fine." And I said, "Sure." And then I went and did it, and I left the door open, and she ran out and disappeared. Evan would be like, "Dude, you suck, man." He's still my friend.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'd be friends after that, actually.
Suck is a metaphor in sports. So if you're saying that's not what they mean, so they don't mean the metaphor?
No, what they're trying to...
I find her.
Thank you. I appreciate that. They're trying to express that they don't like the Yankees.
Yes.
So what I would ask David Cohen and Michael Kay and you, Shaun, since it appears like you're defending them, is what do you want Red Sox fans to chant when they're showing their displeasure with the New York Yankees? Explain it to me.
We don't like you.
I just did that. That doesn't work.
Well, then neither does Yankees suck.
You're not chanting, we don't like you. It's stupid.
We still hate you.
No. That's not what you...
It all sucks.
You can't chant that.
Our city's better.
Those are lame. So the default that we have is sucks. Now, I don't always support it. Like at Citi Field, when Met fans chanted about the Yankees, I get annoyed because we're in different leagues.
Yeah.
Why are we focusing on the Yankees? The Red Sox are blood rivals of the Yankees. They're in the same division.
It's better than putting an explicative in there.
I agree. It's not. Yeah, because you know what? You just answered it. The only other answer would be bleep the Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like Knicks fans still do with Trae Young for some reason. Like, that's not the answer.
No.
So the reason they say they suck, even if technically, just look at the scoreboard, right, Michael, that they don't suck, is that that's their way of expressing they don't like you.
No biggie, right?
I think it's a pretty self-explained answer. So hopefully Michael Kay and David Cohen now understand. I just needed to explain it to them.
Okay. Yeah. How about Yankee fans suck? How about that?
Well, why are you killing Yankee fans? What'd they do?
No, they don't. I'm saying, why not chant that? What did Max Schumann do to these people?
Yeah, but how can... Now you're being literal.
What did Max Schumann do to these people?
Max Schumann forgot to put Evan's dog back in. And let him run around.
That was funny. It was a good job there, Shaun.
Thank you.
See, sometimes when you don't even mean to be funny,
Kiss my fatty!
I'm like, you're funny. Let's go to Chris in Manhattan. Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. Boy, the life of a Mets fan, right, Evan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's wonderful.
Well, I got a theory about Andy Green, but kudos to Evan for predicting Green, and he predicted Bichette. He also did predict Devin Williams would not be the closer in May, so just to be fair.
I got some right and some wrong, in fairness.
Yes. Just I don't want your head to get too swelled. But listen, here's my thing about Green. Evan, I kind of think what you said before, I have some agreement on that, because I think, let me just put this scenario out there. First of all, you can't, to judge whatever happens this second half on the record, I don't think is fair to anyone, because first off, Green is not starting 0-0. He's already starting 12 games down. But what if Green comes in here and the Mets young players continue to thrive and more are called up and there's a culture of the young players playing good baseball? Let's say the Mets play 580 ball the second half. Wouldn't that be something that you could see the Mets saying, okay, this is what we wanted to create here?
Yes.
I think that's the only way that maybe he would be.
I think you laid it out. If they play well. And I think if they play well, not all Met fans will come on board on it, but I think some would say, why not? You don't need a sexy name to be your manager. But Shaun got me thinking. I give Shaun a lot of credit because while I was looking for the connections to David Stearns, and that's why I come up with a name like Jason Lane, Shaun was, you got to look for connections to Juan Soto. Juan Soto is signed for 1 million more years. He is the clear star of this team. And so Shaun said Albert Pujols has an affiliation with him. So you got me thinking. I give you a lot of credit. And I say, all right, who's managed Juan Soto in his career? I don't know what he thinks about these individuals, but I started thinking about it. One of those guys is Davey Martinez. He won a World Series with the Nationals. Is Davey Martinez a guy worth thinking about? Bob Melvin managed Juan Soto in San Diego. Is Bob Melvin a veteran manager? He's managed in 1 million different places and has had reasonable success almost everywhere. Is Bob Melvin a guy worth thinking about? Those are the two names that kind of jumped out at me as Shaun teaching me maybe we need to look for the Soto connection and not the Stearns connection.
And you already mentioned the other one.
Yeah, but the Soto connection, what's that going to do for you, for everybody else?
Well, he's the star of the team, as Shaun pointed out. Bob Melvin's a really interesting guy. He's 65, so you may say he's a little bit old or older. But he's managed in a million different places. Like even the Giants, that was the job he had last year.
When was the last time he
last
was
year? He managed the Giants
right,
last year, and
right.
they won 81 games. Well, look at them now. I mean,
without him, right? Without him, they're terrible.
Doesn't it make him look better?
Yeah, kind of.
But look at Bob Melvin's career as a manager.
Wow,
He's managed 22 years. He has a .514 winning percentage. He's managed 39 playoff games. That's an interesting name.
It is an interesting name.
That one jumped out at you, too? You started thinking about Bobby Melvin?
I would think about it. Again, the problem is I know he likes Pujols. I have no idea what he thinks of these guys.
Well, and that is an absolutely fair point. Like, just because Bob Melvin and Davey Martinez managed Juan Soto, just like Aaron Boone managed Juan Soto, if we're going to go down that road, doesn't mean Juan likes them. Right. And look, you shouldn't be hiring a manager because the best player likes him. This isn't the NBA, but it's worth at least keeping an eye on. So, Shaun, I blame you. Anyone who's annoyed that I'm bringing up Soto's former managers, all Shaun's fault.
You're a schmuck.
Because you put it in my head.
Well, how about now you think outside the box? I'll keep teaching things about baseball and you follow my lead, all right?
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
What a jerk.
I'm going to let it go, though. Like, I'm not going to fight with him. Why would I do that? Let's go to Ed in Melbourne, Florida. What's up, Ed?
How you doing? Happy Friday, gentlemen.
What's up, man?
Two things for Evan, real quick. Concerning your son, he did a reverse payback soil last night because when you waste your time with your family going to see them, they soil themselves in front of you.
For those that are just tuning in, I had to leave early last night because my son had a soiling accident, much like the Mets have done all season long. So, well said. Yep.
All right. The other thing, too, keeping Epstein now under these circumstances, it's almost as bad as when Shaun dropped that buttercream icing Nick championship cake on the floor of your offices. It can't be done. It has to be years ago, you know?
I also want to know if Ed called David Stearns Epstein by accident or I don't know what was going on with that. That was a weird comment. He called him Epstein.
Who was he talking about?
Either Theo or somebody else. I mean, you take your path. I think he was thinking of Theo Epstein.
Yeah.
Because Theo Epstein is like, he's the god you always think about if you're going to change your GM. Like, I'll give you a great example. Right now, Yankee fans are content. They're feeling all right with Brian Cashman. But if we ever get to that mode of Brian Cashman's got to go, I'll always ask Yankee fans, okay, he's been the GM for a million years. Who do you want to replace him with? And the default answer is Theo Epstein because look what he did. I mean, there's no disputing what he did. Chicago, Boston, the two curses, all that. And he still feels young, even though he's not that young, but he still is pretty young. But it feels like Theo Epstein, despite him being the default answer for Met fans and Yankee fans, is just something that's not going to happen. And you could look this up because I forget when it was reported, but I thought it was reported that he'd want ownership to ever get back and run a baseball team. And I doubt that the Steinbrenners or the Cohens or really anybody would hand that over. Though I heard a wild rumor.
Well,
I heard a wild rumor.
Well,
ask me about the rumor in a second.
I'll ask you in a second. But he's now part owner of the Fenway Sports Group. That means they let him invest in it.
Oh.
And so so he's kind of tied in financially. I don't think he's not going to be available.
No, I agree with you. That's why he's the default answer, but I don't think it's realistic. So I don't want to say the rumor. I'll give you hints.
Tell us.
I've been trying to answer a question for the last few months. The question sounds like this.
How does Shaun Mark still have a job?
I heard he may have some control.
What?
Yeah.
What?
That's a wild rumor going around.
Are you kidding?
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
What's he going to move the Nets to Sydney?
How does Shaun Mark still have a job?
Yeah, apparently he's got some control of the frame. Isn't that crazy? I don't know if that's true. It's a rumor. That's why I'm prefacing it by saying, not sure it's true. It's a rumor. But you can look it up and see if anyone else has that.
No, again, with asking me to look up stuff, it's,
Yeah, you don't believe in working, do you?
No,
we're doing a radio show. Sometimes you could look stuff up. You're allowed.
I believe in working.
You also have an intern. You could politely ask the intern, hey, do you mind looking this up because I'm lazy?
Can you look up if Shaun Marks has control the Nets, please?
Theo Epstein has a twin brother.
Does he?
I did not know this.
Let's just hire him at this point.
Epstein's brother, Paul. He's a social worker at Brookline High School.
Yeah, it could be worse than Stearns.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Bring him in.
I find it odd. Paul? So you name one kid Paul with a twin. You go Theo with the other? It's kind of off the wall.
Why, does it have to sound the same?
No, it's just Paul is more old
Rondé
school.
and Tiki aren't the same names.
I know.
No. Paul is like an old school. You could name a person in the 1920s, Paul. Theo is more new school. So to have an old school name and a new school name while having twins, I find odd.
Why don't you let the twin talk?
His family is unbelievable. His grandfather, Philip, and great-uncle, Julius, won an Academy Award for the screenplay Casablanca.
Wow.
And his dad was a novelist. So I mean,
that's a talented
they're
family,
unbelievably talented.
They should
family.
make a movie about the Epstein
No
family.
doubt.
Yeah, very impressive.
Wow. I'm learning. This is my rabbit hole that I'm in with this guy. I had no idea. Now I have to like him because he's a twin.
I'm annoyed at Shaun, though, because he just made a very funny joke, but he did it in my ear because he didn't have the balls to say it on the air. And I find that to be offensive. Like, the audience would love to laugh at something you just said.
Okay, so Tiki, just set up that line again.
Which one?
Or was it Evan?
I said Theo Epstein's family is fascinating. They should make a movie about him.
Why don't you go and ask Shaun Morash?
What would you call the movie,
They should call
Shaun?
it the Epstein Files.
See? You didn't do anything offensive.
People get all,
You made a joke.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Hey, Morash,
Wow,
you aren't funny.
You're not espousing Epstein. You're talking about the Epstein files, which either exist or don't. We don't know anymore.
Comedy
they used to be on Pam Bondi's desk, but I don't know where the hell they disappeared to.
Disappeared.
Just like her. I don't know where she disappeared.
Look at that. Let's go to Wayne and Beth Page. What's up, Wayne?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So, good. You're doing better than me then, because I'm more annoyed that they ended up firing Mendoza now because the time has passed.
Yep.
Okay, they should have done this when Mattingly was still out there. I don't know what they were waiting for, and I understand that we're not getting a new GM. I've come to the realization that for whatever reason, Uncle Stevie's going to ride it out with him. And the worst part of it is, in the offseason when he was making all these moves, even after Alonso left, we all knew that they were terrible moves. There were too many question marks. There was way too much unknowns about the only move that we were all, and I don't want to speak for all Met fans, but I think it's pretty safe to say that Bichette signing was the good signing, and that's the one where we said, okay, we got somebody that we know.
Yeah, but even that one was more, we lost Alonso, which I know I was against. I can't speak for every Met fan, and you wanted Kyle Tucker, and this was the right pivot move. So it wasn't even when the offseason began, that's my number one priority. I think probably the biggest universal move the Mets made that most Met fans were on board for, despite my pushback on what they gave up, was Freddie Peralta. Because they clearly needed to improve the rotation, and they added what we thought was a frontline starting pitcher. But back to your original point. I agree with you. And I said this at the top of the show. My first reaction to the Mets firing Mendoza is it's too little too late. They waited too long. And when David Stearns meets the media later today at 3 o'clock, that needs to be pushed on him. You lectured us like children to stop asking about the manager. That the manager's done a great job. Stop asking me. Let my words speak for itself. And you waited until the cat is so far out of the barn, the cat has urinated everywhere. Before you finally say, screw it, I'll change the manager, when you're 13 games under 500. So I agree with you. I think the number one question for this president and owner, if he dares to speak, is why now? You lectured us like we're a bunch of children that don't know anything, which is sometimes how I feel with how the Mets think of all of us, yet we continue to be right and you're wrong. I mean consistently. And I'll wait a few years before I push this. You guys are also wrong about the Grom, but I'll wait on that.
Right.
I'll wait till the 5 years are up.
You keep saying cat out of the barn. Why is that?
Because the cat left the barn.
But it's not
I'm a fat moron.
I don't know. You know what I say? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, then that's all that matters. You know what I mean? So what the hell's the difference?
You might hear that later anyway.
Oh, yeah, we got Idiots with Idioms today. I'm sure you'll hear it. You'll probably hear it 4 times. Let's go to John in Staten Island. Hey, John. Hello, John. John going once. John is gone. We're not raiding around today. We're in bad moods. Let's go to John in Wayne, New Jersey. A different John. What's up, John? John.
This John is here. Thanks for having me on the second Friday in ordinary time. The second Friday since the Knicks won the championship. Glad to be a part of today's conversation.
Yes.
So, Evan, you gave a caller some slack earlier talking about the GM and, like, who's next. Let me just remind you that David Stern should have been thrown in jail last year for having the rotation he had with the lineup that he did have. And I don't, how much worse can this get? You got to fail fast and you got to move quickly and find the next thing. And the Mets have not failed fast. They have failed like a snail. Like, they have failed for a long time. But and I get it, Mendoza, the timing's never right when the manager isn't the right guy. Like, you just got to get rid of him. So I hear you on your, I don't have another candidate. But if that's what's going to keep the Mets from getting rid of someone who is clearly, I'm a Yankee fan. I try to be an IBO. I root for the Mets. the guy's in over his head. He hasn't made one good decision since he's gotten here. He had his boy bail him out with Soto, signing the big check. But Stearns is this guy who likes to, walk into Nordstrom and go to the thrift rack. You got to get somebody. Not saying they got to.
Yeah, but I don't think a lot of what you just said is true. And I hate the fact that I'm going to name a move that David Stearns did that's well, and people are going to say, "Oh, look at you, you're defending him." I'm not. I want to be fair about what you said. You said he did not make a good move. I think converting Clay Holmes into a starting pitcher and signing him on a reasonable deal was a good move.
Right?
Am I wrong? I think signing Luke Weaver to a 2-year deal was a good move.
Was.
Am I wrong?
No, Luke hasn't given up a run in 20 innings, right?
So
He's been fantastic.
I am not defending David Stearns. We got to deal with reality.
Yeah.
Like that's what. So when you just say hey, he's never made one good move, he has made good moves. And number two, and this is not going to be the answer people like, but again, I have to be honest about things. When you hire a president of baseball operations, like the guy who's going to run the whole show, not just pick players in free agency or pick players in trades, I don't want to fire them after 3 seasons.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a rush.
You haven't seen enough yet.
We haven't seen the full fruits of it. Now, again, not a defense of what's happened. I'll ridicule every move, including the abuse he did on Pete Alonso, basically treating him like he's a fat turd who he has no interest in. Like, I will not defend that. But 3 years for a guy who's supposed to run the whole baseball operations, to me, is not enough. So if your counter is, and you could have asked this, hey, Ev, if you don't want to hire someone else because you don't trust the owner to find the right guy, does that mean he has the job in perpetuity? No. I think there's a number of years where you say, all right, I've had enough. I don't do that after 3 years of a guy running a baseball team, as much as that's going to be an unpopular opinion. And I'll own that. Now, we're talking in 2028. And the Mets have still not sniffed 500, I guarantee I'll be saying something different. But as of right now, and you tell me you're the reasonable one, Teak, is it unreasonable to say I don't want to fire my team president after 3 seasons?
No, I don't think you should. Because we talked about earlier, and I said earlier in the show, who's going to come in here, look at what David Stearns has done, and then, quote unquote, fix it in the next 3 years or so? It's going to be hard. So the best person to do it, if he's going to fix it, is David Stearns himself. And so I think he has a vision. I think he wants it to play out in a certain way. Look, were there a lot of random blind darts thrown this year? Probably. But that's likely because of a directive that he got from his owner about overspending. Like, don't overspend on guys that aren't going to be viable for 3 to 4 years. And so they didn't. And so they have a bunch of these whatever deals that he brought in, and they haven't worked out at all. It's his fault. But I think he also has a directive, and there's a plan that he is maybe the only one that can see, but you got to let it play itself out. You have to.
More of your calls coming up on Mendy, future of the Mets, and also why, as a Knicks fan, you could still be ecstatic. They're the NBA champions. There are some things that you should be concerned about. We'll address it coming up, 888-808-1019.
I'm always busy and on the go, so knowing my family is safe, especially when I'm not with them, is so important. So I turn to our partners at Sloman's, who recently installed the Sloman Shield Link system, a smart home security solution combining safety, convenience, and peace of mind, and I can manage it all from my phone. One of the cool things are all of the cameras around the house. I can see who's at the front door or where the kids are when they're in the backyard, whether they're in the pool or on the tumble track doing round-off backhand spring fulls. Best part is CJ, my Saluki, likes to sit at the door and wait for us. I can tell when he wants to come or she wants to come back in. There's so much other things, including lighting control, CO2 smoke detection, etc., etc. So much that the Sloman Shield Link system provides. Experience the future of home security and automation with the Sloman Shield Link system. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME or visit slomans.com.
Earlier on in the segment, I was talking about how Shaun taught me that you have to look for connections to Juan Soto, maybe looking for the next manager, and I mentioned Bob Melvin. Guy's had a wonderful career. Reportedly, Bob Melvin wanted Juan Soto traded away from the San Diego Padres.
Yeah, he won't be the guy.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. Amazing.
I said there was a hit. Doesn't mean it's a good history. We're getting to the bottom of it. So let's cross Bob Melvin off that list. Our friends at Town Fair Tire remind you that at Town Fair Tire, you always get the guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. From Connecticut to Maine, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. For the past 5 years, an inextricable thread of the T-Wolves' DNA under Chris Finch has been defense. Yet they've decided to trade a big part of that defense, pun intended, in a Western Conference that runs through Wemby and the Spurs. Naz Reid out to bring in LaMelo Ball. Now the experiment starts. How will Ball and Anthony Edwards coexist? I'm Chris Mack.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cloudy skies, high 81. Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win, pick an area of the strike zone, and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days.
Hi, it's Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. In the summer heat, you shouldn't have to think about what you're wearing. Untuck It makes it easy. Just get our shirts that breathe, polos that move, and shorts built for the heat. You'll need our performance shirts that stretch, wick sweat, and never need ironing. And our wrinkle-free linen that stays crisp and crease-free all day. 15 years, 15 million shirts sold. Shop our top summer styles at untuckit.com and 80-plus stores. Untuck It, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
Make this your summer of unforgettable drives in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Whether you're heading down the shore or planning a family getaway, their expert team can help you find the perfect sedan, coupe, SUV, or convertible. And because luxury should extend beyond the vehicle, Mercedes-Benz of Edison is committed to making your shopping experience stress-free. That's one reason they were named the 2026 Mercedes-Benz Dealer of the Year by Cars.com. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Edison, your destination for luxury driving all summer long.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The Rico Bronya podcast on the Odyssey app is proudly sponsored by Mio Sparkling Sake, the official sake of the New York Mets. Enjoy at Citi Field or your favorite spot. A new tradition in sake. Mio Sparkling Sake.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
We'll get back to Mendy and the Mets in a few minutes. Obviously, if you're just tuning in, Carlos Mendoza fired as Met manager. Andy Green named the interim manager. So I understand, because this is a very weird territory to be in, where if you're a Knick fan who says, I'm good, I don't care what they do this offseason, I know that my core is going to be back. Sure, I'd love to have Mitch back. I'd love to have Shamet back. But if I don't, I'm good. I respect it. I understand it. You're coming off a championship. James Dolan 2 weeks ago with Craig and Big Mac was pretty straightforward. We've played the audio 100 times. Right. That he may not be comfortable writing the check to go into the second apron. I have voiced my opinion as a basketball fan that the ramifications of going into the second apron, forget the money for a second, doesn't affect a championship team as much as it affects a team trying to get to a championship. Like aggregating contracts in a sign and trade. Oh, you can't do that. Okay, who are you going to do that for?
Right. That's not the path for the repeat for the Knicks. It's the hold on to your existing free agent.
Right. So when people say, well, what about all the negatives of going into the second apron when it comes to strategically getting around the cap? It doesn't affect the Knicks. They're the NBA champions. You're not doing that. You're not using your mid-level tax exemption. Like, those things don't matter. Right. It's about the bill that James Dolan doesn't want to pay. He said it to Craig and Big Mac. I listened to the clip a million times. There are certain checks he may not write. Here's what's concerning. Fred Katz, as much as he pisses me off sometimes, Fred, he's a great reporter. He is a really good reporter for The Athletic, covering the NBA, covering the Knicks. I have the utmost respect for him. And maybe him pissing me off is just proof that he's really good at his job. The Nets exist, Fred. Anyhow, I want you to listen to something he said on his podcast the other day involving James Dolan and the Knicks front office and what Dolan said to Craig and Big Mac 2 weeks ago and the ramifications we still are feeling from it. Take a listen.
Whoa. You said...
I just asked you, did you have the clip? You said yes.
You said Fred Katz.
Yeah, Fred Katz.
Okay, you just said, as he said with Craig and Big Mac.
No, what Dolan said with Craig and Big Mac. Here is Fred Katz on his podcast talking about the ramifications of what Dolan said with Craig and Big Mac.
To be clear, like, the not going into the second apron stuff, the front office did not advise that. Like, it was not like the front office went to Dolan and was like, no, it's strategically helpful to not go into the second apron. That didn't happen. Dolan went on the radio, said they're not going into the second apron. And then there were people in the Knicks were like, wait, what?
Yeah, people were blindsided.
Yes. They were like, wait, what? The Knicks front office understands that if they don't go into the second apron, they're going to lose guys. And if they just let guys walk, then they are not going to be able to get equivalent guys back because they won't have the room.
So, and I believe Freddie's a very good reporter.
Right. What Fred said at the end was the most important thing. Because if you lose a guy like Mitchell Robinson, because you don't want to go in the second apron, so you lose Mitchell Robinson, you lose Landry Shamet, you can go find whoever. He's not going to be equivalent to Mitchell Robinson.
Correct.
You can go draft the kid they drafted at 40 or 55, whatever it was, one of those kids, the shooter from Vanderbilt, I forget his name. You can go draft that kid, but he's not going to be Landry Shamet. And
it's not as if losing them frees up money to sign some other free agent.
That's exactly right.
You're not bringing your team back and you're having a difficult time replacing them. And again, if you're a Knicks fan who says, I don't care, I want a championship, I don't care, whatever, Mitch and Landry Shamet, we can win without them, that's fine. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. But I think what we're learning is that James Dolan doesn't want to write a check.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry,
which is what you said originally.
That was my point, because again, if you listen to what he said specifically, it was not about aggregating contracts on a trade. That's never what he said. It was about, I'll write any check, well, except the second apron. The check's too big for him to write. And what I find difficult about that is when you just won a championship and you made a fortune, I don't think the fan wants to hear that you're not willing to write a check. And that's what this is coming down to. And Shams has reported, and we all trust him, that Mitch and Shamet are gone. Like, those guys are gone. They're not going to go into the second apron. James Dolan was not lying when he said that to Craig and Big Mac. And the ramifications are big, at least in terms of bringing this team back bench-wise. And the idea that they're not doing it because of the other issues, it's just patently not true.
Right.
The front office, according to Fred Katz, wants to go to the second apron because Leon Rose knows what I know, which is we're not using those other features to improve our team anyway.
Right.
So let's just bring these guys back. So I don't know how many people are going to be angry about it because they did win a championship and it's all good. But I thought that was very interesting and it was worth at least you knowing.
Yeah. I mean, it's what you kind of speculated about at the beginning when we first heard about this, but it's also deeper because we now know that the front office, who are basically Leon Rose's people, expected them to want to get at least into a little bit into the second apron, and now they're blindsided by it. It changes their entire process on how they build their team for next season.
Well, here is, if you believe Fred's reporting, and I do, again, he's pissed me off before, but he's a great reporter. I trust him. I think he's pretty locked in. What he's telling you is the front office disagrees with James Dolan. That Leon Rose wants to go to the second apron, believes that's the best way to try to chase a second championship. And as James Dolan said, his words, not mine, there are some checks he's not willing to write. And that's up to people on how they want to take that. But that sounds like an owner who, while he has spent a lot of money before, is telling you, I got my title. I'm not writing that check. So it's up to the Knicks fans on how they want to take that. The other story is that my team is hot to trot for Mitchell Robinson. I am not overly interested in Mitchell Robinson for where my team is.
Mitch is great.
You
need a rim defender. Nick is gone.
I understand. If it's a 1-year deal with a high salary, and so now I have an expiring deal and I'm maximizing my ceiling this season, fine.
But you know that's not happening.
I'm just telling you what I'd be willing to do.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in Mitchell Robinson on a multi-year deal. Not for the Nets. Not where they're at. Other teams it makes sense for. But not for the Nets. I'd rather make a crazy offer sheet for Jalen Duren. That'd be my answer. But that is a real rumor that the Nets are interested in Mitchell Robinson. I'm going to have Mitch and Julius in my front court.
I mean, he's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, did you hear the other rumor?
What's that?
Yeah, Nets are hot to trot for Elfrid Payton to be their backup point guard.
Wow.
You hear about that one? I just made that. I think he's out of basketball. Tom Thibodeau's going to join Jordy's staff while we're at it. Let's get back to your calls. 888-808-1019 is the number. Let's go to Rocco. What's going on, Rocco?
Hey, Evan Tiki, it's good to be on. How are you?
Good, man. What's happening?
Good.
Hey, I'm a big Mets fan my whole life. I'm so happy the Mets fired Mendoza. Who's listening to him? The team's not responding. I don't like listening to him. Good riddance. So now what about the hitting coach? What about the pitching coach? They suck. Why don't they fire them now, too?
The only issue with getting rid of the entire staff is they just did get rid of the entire staff.
And then who's coaching the team?
Right. I get the point. I think the coaching staff has been terrible this season for a myriad of reasons, but all of these guys, outside of Mendy, who they just removed, is new to the staff. Let's go to our buddy Harvey in Dix Hills. What's up, Harvey?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, good. What's up, Harvey?
Yeah, when you fire the manager, it's like the mercy rule in baseball, okay? I played on many teams like that. You can fire the manager all day, but what do you do when a general manager or so-called president is the one that created the problem in the first place? I've been ranting for 2 years, and I'm done ranting. Either you fire him, Stearns, or he gets help, because he's been way over his head.
Well,
he's done a horrible job. That's my opinion.
Harvey, the second part you just hit, and I'm so glad you brought it up, and it's been 2 hours, and I haven't, so that's on me.
The man from Milwaukee.
I think the next move is he's going to hire a general manager.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's definitely coming. It's something
now,
that
what does the general manager do in relation to the president? So how does that help? How does that help him?
It's more of a day-to-day thing. It's a different voice. I think each organization does it a little bit differently.
Right.
In terms, like, there are organizations that have a team president who gets all the attention and then a general manager. And I'll give you a great example, the Philadelphia Phillies. Dave Dombrowski is not their general manager. He's their team president.
Mm-hmm.
Their general manager is Don Mattingly's son.
That's right.
Remember that whole thing? Right. So it works differently, but I remember Billy Epler was going to stay on in this organization when they hired David Stearns, and then he got fired because of the fake IL stint thing.
Mm-hmm.
And David had openly talked about hiring a GM, and he never did. Now, I suggested months ago, and Tommy stole it, which is totally fine. He can have it, is the idea that maybe Carlos Beltran will be his general manager. I don't know if that's the case.
He'll be his manager.
He'll be his manager, according to Tiki. But I think Harvey is right, that you may not get what you want in terms of David Stearns being fired.
The man from Milwaukee.
But I do think he'll hire a general manager. Now, that general manager may not excite you. He may not even be someone who's a household name. May not be a guy like a Carlos Beltran. But I do think that he will at least do that. Is that going to make Met fans feel better? Not really.
No.
But I do see that coming. So I'm glad Harvey brought that up.
I feel bad for Met fans because it sucks to have to listen to this and talk about this.
I know.
Like, seriously, it's been basically from the beginning of the season.
Tiki, I promise you, this is the last day of Mets talk.
But you got to remember, Tiki.
We said that 3 days ago.
99% of Met fans are coming off a Knicks championship. They don't care.
You know what? Screw you, Shaun.
Yeah. No, you're right. But I think the more you hear it, like the more it comes front and center, the more that it's just smashed in your face because you have to talk about it.
Can I ask you a question?
It's like, shut up already.
No, I agree. And I think we will. Like I know we're screwing around with that.
Right.
3 days ago, I said this is the last day the Mets are relevant. And then they were relevant yesterday and they're relevant today. I think now the manager's been fired. They're 13 games under 500.
There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, we come back Monday, other than the trade deadline. They're done as far as being relevant is concerned.
Yeah.
Now, I'm off Monday, so if these guys talk Mets, it's on them.
No, we will not.
Thank you.
It's a long weekend ahead, Tiki. Never say never.
What the hell could possibly happen to the Mets on Sunday?
Famous last words, Dick.
Sunday afternoon that makes us be like, damn it, Shaun, we got to open with the Mets today.
You know what? Perfect. I'll give you something. We find out Sunday morning that the Mets had been in contact and reached out to Alex Cora, and he rebuffed.
There you go. I think that's a fair answer.
Yeah.
How about if they fire David Stearns?
Yeah.
We don't see it coming. What if that happens?
The man from Milwaukee.
How about if Steve Cohen
let's do it
tweets
for 25 minutes, and then we'll be on.
How about if Steve Cohen tweets, I expect more than 20,000 in the crowd on Saturday. We did what you asked and fired Carlos Mendoza.
That would be something. I put out a poll about, I'd say, 2 hours ago, and I'm very curious what your answer would be. And I admit this is a purely selfish poll. This represents a very small people or group of people in the New York metropolitan area.
Yeah, those that root for the losers.
The losers, the last real losers in New York sports, the Jets, the Nets, and the Mets. I simply asked, which franchise is most inept?
You're a whiny bitch.
Now, who do you think won?
Jets.
You think the Jets won?
Because of the playoff drought.
Now, do you think that that is the correct answer? Like if I asked you as an IBFO.
So for right now, I feel like the Nets are trying to build something, and they have some good young players. I think it's got Julius Randle. They're going to say the Nets.
So you think the Nets are going to win?
Yeah, because there's
the most inept.
There's no fandom.
Okay.
So I'm going to say
Shaun,
Nets.
what's your answer and prediction?
No matter how bad things get with the Nets and Mets, we live in a New York Jets town. They are the most inept.
It is an absolute blowout. It is a landslide.
I love the Jets.
The New York Jets are the most inept franchise in New York sports of the last real losers.
Yeah, that's because they haven't been in the playoffs in forever.
Yeah, and honestly, you talk about the Mets not being relevant, and we're going to get there. I think if you polled most Jet fans, there's a lot of Jet fans not even looking forward to the season.
Well, I mean,
right
2
now.
years ago, the Mets were in the NLCS. So,
yeah. You're about to start a season with Geno Smith.
I think the problem is the Nets don't have fans. And so, seriously, so people don't think about them.
That's true.
And so, I don't know. But they have been inept, too.
Yeah, no, they're all inept, dude. This is you can't go wrong with this. Yeah, the Jets got 53% of the vote. The Mets got 30%, and the Nets are at 17%.
Yeah, people just aren't thinking about them.
Well, I think the irrelevance of the Nets, but also they just drafted someone at 6.
Yeah.
They're building anew. They have a coach that you sort of believe in. In fact, Jordi Fernandez is now the second longest tenured coach or manager in New York sports.
That's
stability with those Nets.
Only Aaron Boone has more tenure than Jordi Fernandez.
Jordi is 3 years? This
would be his third season.
April 2024. Sheldon Keefe was May of 2024.
This would be his third season. Only 2 seasons he's been here.
That right? It feels longer for some reason.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So Aaron Boone is the real veteran, man.
And if the Yankees don't make the World Series and Aaron Boone got fired, we could be sitting here in October going, hey, how about Jordi, the longest tenured in New York?
Yeah, speaking of tenured, when the Mets traded David Peterson, he was the longest tenured Met. He isn't anymore. It's Francisco Lindor. So I was going around all the local teams thinking, who is the longest tenured player for each team? I'll do it real quick. New York Jets, go.
New York Jets' longest tenured player is...
It's a trick question.
It is.
Long snapper, Thomas Hennessy, 2018.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Longest tenured New York Giant.
It's not Dex anymore.
It is not Sexy Dexy.
Andrew Thomas?
Nah, I know. It's Darius Slayton.
Darius Slayton, 2019. Longest tenured Brooklyn net, Shaun Morash, now that Nick Claxton is gone.
Oh, with Claxton gone.
Is it Porter?
Is it Day'Ron Sharp?
It is Day'Ron Sharp. Good call. Longest tenured Nick.
I mean,
for now.
Mitchell. It's Mitch, right?
Is Mitchell Robinson. So wait a second.
That one's kind of easy.
Who's next if Mitch is gone?
Isn't it?
Does it actually jump to Jalen Brunson?
I think it might.
I think it might.
Yeah, because everybody else on the roster. Because I'm trying to think of the names of the City Hall.
Yeah.
None of those, the ends were young kids.
That's right.
So it's got to be.
That's crazy. And the longest tenured Yankee is Aaron Judge. If you wanted to do the hockey, do you want me to tell you? Casey Cizikas for the Islanders.
Uh-huh.
Jesper Bratt for the New Jersey Devils.
And Mika Zibanejad.
And Mika Zibanejad for the New York Rangers. So there you go. That was a fun game.
It was.
Yeah. Let's go to Gary in Park Ridge, New Jersey. Hey, Gary.
How's it going, Evan?
What's up, man? What's
I don't know how you guys. I don't know how you guys can defend Stearns.
Hold on, one real quick. Deuce McBride, slightly ahead of Jalen Brunson.
Oh yeah.
So Deucer would be ahead of him.
Right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Gary. I apologize.
No problem. So the issue I have is Stearns ripped the team apart. Okay, Mendy might not have been the best manager, but he also hired Mendy. So how do you blame the manager for this debacle? They have no pitching. You have no second baseman.
Right.
Team is horrible. People are playing out of position. It's inept.
Because, Gary, because David Stearns is more to blame than Carlos Mendoza, which is fact, I think we'd all agree with that, doesn't mean you don't fire the manager.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it doesn't have to be his fault.
Right. And that's like this weird argument that I've heard for months, and I guess we're getting a little bit of it today. It's a weird defense of Mendy saying, well, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's not his fault.
And that's very true. It's not his fault.
No one's disputing that.
Because look at the rotation. It's horrible.
But he's also got some blood on his hands. It's not like he's been perfect.
Yeah.
It's not like he's motivated the guys or they haven't played inept baseball.
Here's the other thing that I'm not fully sure on, but we just mentioned this. Carlos Mendoza's entire staff was fired last year. Everybody was let go.
That is correct.
Or they chose to leave. And this is a completely new staff for him, including his bench coach. So who hired them? Were they
front office?
Yeah, so they weren't consulting with Mendy like, hey, do you like this guy? This guy? I'm sure they had some tertiary conversations with him, but nothing. He didn't have decision-making power on his staff. And so now we get this call a couple of calls ago, and he's probably right. The staff has been terrible too, right? The
awful.
Hitting approaches have been terrible. The pitching.
Pitch selection.
All that
it's
stuff.
just awful. Watching every game, I mean, it's just, they suck.
And
yes.
you know that. So,
yep.
So we're now blaming Carlos Mendoza for a coaching staff that has been inept and for a roster that I'm sure he had nothing to do with either. That the guys are hurt. Luis Robert Jr., who knows when the hell we're seeing him again. Polanco. I mean, all this stuff is not Fernando Mendoza's fault.
Carlos
Mendoza. I'm thinking of your quarterback because I'm watching football on television.
That Fernando fella.
Right. It's not Carlos Mendoza's fault.
Right.
But he gets blamed for it.
Yeah. Well, it's so tough to understand about that. You laid it out beautifully. Yes, you do. Managers get fired, even if it's not all their fault. In fact, what I would ask anyone who wants to make this argument throughout the day is, tell me the examples where it is mostly the manager's fault. Because it usually isn't.
Brian Daboll got fired because it was his fault.
I am talking about baseball, though.
Yeah.
I get football is a very different animal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about baseball. Okay, was it Rob Thompson's fault? Because it wasn't his fault when the Phillies got to the World Series after he replaced Joe Girardi. Was it his fault?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's
I know,
a cycle.
I hear you. But baseball just feels, it really hardly ever it feels like the manager's fault.
It does, even if it isn't. And that's why this has bothered me since April. The first time because I don't know if you guys remember this, but months and months ago, we started a clock here at Evan and Tiki. I said, when it gets to midnight, that's when you want Mendoza fired. I was not at midnight on April 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Neither was Tiki. And I actually forget the exact date that brought me to midnight. I think it was in the midst of the losing streak, somewhere around there. We'd have to go back to the archives to find out when I hit midnight and said, okay, I'm done with this manager.
Yeah, it was early in the season.
It was relatively early, but it wasn't right away. We all get there at a different place, and we get there not because it's mostly his fault, but because you have to do something. And part of my anger today is that they waited way too long.
Mm-hmm.
They should have fired him 2 months ago, and maybe it would have made a slight difference. There's no way to ever know the answer to that. Let's go to Brian in South Plainfield. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Evan. How you doing?
We're good. What's up?
Evan, I got, I'm not a Mets fan, so I'm maybe should stay in my lane with this, but I do have a candidate for you, and it's a guy who hasn't been mentioned when you bring up, who could replace Stearns. It's a guy who rescued a dumpster fire in the past. Not sure if he wants the job because he's gotten involved in soccer now, but what about Jeff Lunau? He could also bring in Beltran as the manager.
Yeah, so I brought up Jeff Lunau, not recently, by the way, but a few years ago. I'll never forget it because we were having a conversation when, man, the Mets have gone through so many executives, I lose count.
Right.
But it was not before Stearns. It may have been before Billy Epler. And we were going through all sorts of names. And I brought up Jeff Lunau as a possibility, but doing my research, found out that basically everybody hates him. Like, I'm being perfectly honest with you, that he's blackballed from baseball and that no one wants to deal with him. And so while his status as an executive and what he did in Houston, he did a fine job. What I learned from my pursuit of Jeff Lunau is that no one wants to touch him. The other guy I was intrigued by was Brian Sabian because of his resume. And I was told by a few people, well, he's too old, which I find to be whatever. But that was my answer I got on Brian Sabian. But speaking of old, if you want a manager, we talk about managers, and this is not a prediction. This is more of if you ask me what my wish list is, Alex Cora will be towards the top, but there's nobody better than Big Head himself, Bruce Bochy. Nobody's better. And you can tell me how old he is, and I'd respond, how old's the president?
Right.
And how old is the president before him?
But does he want to?
Why wouldn't he?
I don't know.
Why don't you ask him?
I don't know, Bruce Bochy.
Why are you making assumptions?
I don't know.
Maybe he would want the job.
Do you want to play out your later years in life managing the New York Mets?
Why wouldn't you? First of all, Bochy played for the Mets in the early 80s.
Oh, wow.
All right, so why not? And it doesn't hurt to call him. Now, you're not doing that interim-wise because, like, Bruce isn't going to take over a team 13 games under 500. But I'll ask you, Met fans, especially if you're ageist out there, if Bruce Bochy told you, I'll give you 3 good years. Like, why the hell not? I'll give it to you. By the way, he's 71. So he's still 9 years younger than the president. Like, he's
younger than Belichick, right?
I'm so sick and tired of hearing people tell me how old people are when our last 2 presidents were What's the term for old people?
Geriatrics.
Geriatrics.
Maybe
stop.
Maybe don't use that as the measuring stick. You don't want to compound mistakes.
No, I'm going to use it because you know why? Both parties have to answer the question. It's not like it's a partisan comment.
No one.
You had Biden, you had Trump. They're both old as fossils. I'm sorry. Does that offend somebody?
No.
Get over it. You all elected them, both of them.
My point is, because that mistake has been made by both parties doesn't mean we should be hiring 80-year-old men to manage baseball teams.
Yeah, because managing a baseball team, far more serious than running the country.
For some of us.
Fair enough. I would call Bruce and just feel him out a little bit. But that's another name I'd be in touch with. But that is not a prediction because there's no chance that happens. That's called Shaun Morash saying, I have to get him to take a break.
Well, how long is Tiki going to hold the piece of paper for?
When we come back, Shaun's got a Cinco de Luncho Idiots with Idioms coming up in the 1 o'clock hour and more of your calls at 888-808-1019.
The warm months are here. It's time for a healthier you. My good buddy John Gallucci Jr., CEO of JAG Physical Therapy, always tells me how important it is to focus on your biomechanical chain to reduce injuries. Well, now is the time for you and your loved ones to turn to JAG to get stronger and function at a higher level. The dedicated team of physical therapists at JAG Physical Therapy will develop a plan specifically for you to help prevent injuries. And if you have an existing injury, their expertise and commitment will help get you back the life you love. Schedule your appointment today at jagpt.com. That's JAGPT.com.
The New York Knicks don't want to go over the second apron. No, I'm kidding. The New York Knicks are NBA champions, and the next stop for your favorite Knicks stars is Fanatics Fest in New York City. Jalen Brunson, Josh Hart, Karl Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, Deuce McBride, Mitchell Robinson, Landry Shamet, Jose Alvarado, Tyler Kolek, and Jordan Clarkson will be live at the world's #1 sports fan festival, returning to the Javits Center July 16th through the 19th. With 500-plus athletes, celebrities, and sports legends all under one roof, tickets are selling quickly. Grab yours now at fanaticsfest.com and see the NBA champions live. Hey, contractors, when deadlines are tight, you need a supplier that moves like you do. Windorama keeps the Northeast's largest in-stock selection of Anderson windows, patio doors, and storm doors ready for same-day pickup or next-day delivery. Need custom assemblies? They build them in-house to keep your jobs on track. And with Rama rewards for pros, earn up to 2% back, plus perks like free delivery. Windorama, that's your pro team. Visit windorama.com to learn more.
And this portion of the program is sponsored by Flushing Bank, a division of Ocean First Bank.
Save smarter and enjoy more with the great CD rates offered by Flushing Bank, a division of Ocean First Bank. Whether you're planning ahead or growing your savings, now is a great time to lock in a competitive rate. Visit flushingbank.com today. Member FDIC.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here. You know, after years in the game, I don't guess. I go with what works. Red Pocket Mobile gives you 3 major 5G networks to choose from. Switching cities? Switch your network. That's like calling your own Audible. Visit redpocket.com to see why more Americans are switching to better wireless without paying more. Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
What an atmosphere tonight. The stands are packed. Down here, 2 fans side by side, both holding a Heineken. Promising start. The chant begins. Listen to that. Perfect sync. Corner coming in. They lean forward together and goal! Arms up. They cheers. Wait. That's a hug. That's a hug. Let's check the replay. Yes, 2 strangers at kickoff. Friends by full time.
Fans have more friends. Find yours in the stands. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Colombia is trading at 27% to best Portugal, meaning a $100 trade pays out $350 if they win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code CMAC, that's code CMAC, to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K.
For 100 years, London Jewelers has been part of life's most meaningful moments, from engagements and anniversaries to milestones, big and small. We've helped mark the moments that matter the most to our customers. Generations of families have trusted London Jewelers for exceptional craftsmanship, timeless design, and service that lasts a lifetime. As we celebrate a century of excellence, we thank you for being part of our story, and we look forward to the moments still to come. We invite you to visit London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations. London Jewelers, celebrating 100 years of brilliance. Take the guesswork out of cooking, folks. The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking chicken, fish, or steak. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense at chefiq.com. That's chefiq.com.
This is Sal Licata. You definitely don't want your AC system to fail this summer. So call my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's air conditioning experts. Have them check your cooling system now. I know Edison Heating and Cooling. They are the real deal. Go to edisonhvac.com.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win, pick an area of the strike zone, and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days.
Fresh paint inside, fresh flowers outside. Summer at your house is looking good. During July 4th deals at Lowe's, buy one, get one free select interior paint via mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annual hanging baskets for just $15. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details and requirements. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
The Mets are making noise in Queens. What's your take on the Amazings? Call us now at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
The Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. What's that saying? Life's a pitch? Well, it is for the soccer field, right? As we discussed earlier, Team USA fell to Turkey 3-2. Turkey. I'm going to get that right eventually.
Turkey.
The Ivory
Are you
Coast.
stupid? Are you a stupid person?
I am. The Ivory Coast beat, this is a bad, Curacao?
Yes.
Curacao,
2-0. Ecuador topped Germany 2-1 in New Jersey, and Japan and Sweden played to a 1-1 draw. The Dutch, otherwise known as the Netherlands, beat Tunisia 3-1 despite their wooden shoes, and Australia and Paraguay drew at 0-0.
Yeah, the Netherlands-Morocco is going to be interesting in the knockout round. That's the first. That's one that everybody's looking forward to.
And that matchup is set.
Yes.
And we will know tomorrow night, the entire bracket of the World Cup. So you guys tell me, because I'm going away for a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to do a bracket game? Like, are we going to all fill out World Cup brackets? Because I'm game.
Yeah, we definitely should.
All right.
Even though it'll be random for you guys.
Yeah, probably. Well, it's random even in the tournament.
There's got to be like an online website we could find that does it, right?
I would think. I mean, to me, and I'm no soccer fan, like filling out brackets
like the
is
NCAA
fun.
tournament?
Yeah, there should be one, but I don't think I've seen one.
It would get awkward if we were drawing our own brackets and submitting them paper-wise.
I did it.
Well, it was hard to figure out what the bracket even looked like.
Yeah.
Unless you got into the weeds a little bit because you didn't know what it was going to be. You still don't really know what it's going to be until the games on Saturday are done. Like there's some teams that are kind of sitting right there on the fringe. If they should win, even though they haven't, they could get 4 points, which kind of puts you as the third place team into the knockout round.
And what excites me as an American is, okay, I know we're playing Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yes.
But what's our roadmap look like? And can John Rothstein nickname our bracket and tell us what our road should be called? Like, who do we play after Bosnia and Herzegovina? Are we playing a country like, I don't know, Germany or England or Spain?
I mean, the bracket is...
Or Japan?
The bracket is up here. Like, you can find it.
Well, can you tell me our American side? Because that's what I'm pumped up for that.
So the Americans are playing Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Now, once we kick that ass, who do we play?
The next match would be the winner of the G group.
You're just giving me letters now.
Versus the third place of AEHIJ.
If you're not telling me countries,
it's
it means
just not
nothing
done.
to
It's
me.
just not done yet.
Well, that's my point. Once the bracket is set, I'll be pumped up.
It's not done yet.
I get you.
Okay.
The potential winner of the G group is Egypt or Iran.
Oh, that Iran matchup, Shaun.
Well, hold on now, Evan. Don't mock for a second.
What?
I'm circling next Thursday.
Yeah.
There is no Tiki Barber. It is me and you doing this show.
Okay.
The Yankees are a day game Wednesday. The Mets, you've already declared this is it for them.
Mm-hmm.
If the Knicks really do nothing on Wednesday,
Opening with the World Cup?
are we opening with Team USA and Bosnia-Herzegovina?
Absolutely.
No,
Okay.
that game is
That game's Wednesday
The game's
night?
Wednesday
I'm talking
night,
about
right?
Thursday
Yeah.
morning show.
Yeah, I think it's on the table. I'm going to be into it. I told you, this part confuses me. Once the bracket is set, I think I'm going to be locked in. And by the way, throughout the summer,
Especially if they win and they're potentially taking on Iran.
yeah, honestly, it doesn't even matter who they face. Like,
No, it will.
I mean,
if they face Iran,
no, hold on. Let me rephrase that.
quarterfinals.
It matters
What
who
are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's the miracle on
There's a
ice.
war that's not quite done yet.
I
even though
understand.
it's
Winner
kinda
gets the
going on.
straight.
Winner gets the straight.
Imagine that
That's
bet. Mayors make bets, senators make bets. That's a bet. We win, we get the straight. No, it matters who we face. I mean, as a fan of the USA, I'm going to be watching the game no matter what.
No,
Like, they could play.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Of course.
Yeah, so what we've done throughout this summer to try to please the audience as much as we can is we are trading vacations. So there's usually two of us here. Sometimes, rarely, one of us here, but always someone is here. So when I'm off, it's Tiki and Shaun. When Tiki's off, it's me and Shaun. What's the other combination?
When I'm off, it's just you two
Yeah,
with some
it's
other
just a
schlep pressing
regular
the button.
show without you having to butt in. Right?
What's the other combination? Connor's over there doing a hell of a job. That's what it is.
So, yes, very excited for the summer. I'm kicking it off by going to Niagara Falls and a Mets-Blue Jays game. I really
That's
am.
amazing.
Every time I see the Mets on the road, it feels like I do it in lost seasons. Like I've seen a lot of these stadiums, and they usually happen in just like bad years. But it's exciting to me. I've never been to Rogers Center, never been to the Sky Dome or whatever you want to call it. So I'm looking forward to it.
Some might say in Mets lost seasons, Evan going to see them on the road is a bit of a poutine.
What?
Instead of routine.
Routine. I didn't.
Hey, Morash, you aren't funny.
I didn't get the potential double entendre.
Yeah,
I missed that one.
Totally over my
I
head.
really curded that one.
Let's see if you can make up for it with this Cinco de Luncho.
Shaun Moraes in the booth, somebody hide the castle. Optics flying, phones ringing, Evans yelling, no! Tiki's laughing, chaos cracking, nobody's in control. It's Cinco de Roncho. Bam! Crunch! Let's go!
Let's go. Cinco de Luncho is brought to you by Helix Wireless, connecting everything everywhere. The World Cup has inspired my Cinco today, fellas, on
really?
a Friday. Okay?
Nice. Who were the worst players in USA's loss to Turkey yesterday?
Similar. It is simply the 5 greatest sports name changes of all time. All right? Here we go.
Here we go! Number 5.
Turkey to Turkey A.
Well, nice.
I mean, that's an unbelievable twist. It was so simple. They're represented by a bird. Now they're not.
Well, they just go by their name that they actually go by.
You're telling me nobody there was calling them Turkey?
In Turkey?
Yeah.
No, they always were Turkey.
Can I give you a similar example?
Okay.
Rome. You know Rome, Italy?
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't built in a day.
Right. In Rome, it's Roma. We call it Rome, but to the locals, it's Roma.
It's like if you go to Mexico, they call the United States Estados Unidos.
Right.
Even though, because that's the literal direct translation. Oh. So we do this. We directly translate it to fit our alphabet, even though we're screwing up their name.
Okay. All right. Well, we're still going to hold here.
Number 4.
Number 4 is Lou Alcindor to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Okay. Number 3.
Chad Johnson to Chad Ochocinco.
Oh, that's a good one.
I didn't know if the Cinco was going on.
Number 2.
Bosnia to Bosnia-Herzegovina.
That was kind of
all right.
Number 1.
And Mike Stanton to Giancarlo Stanton.
How about Cassius Clay to Muhammad Ali? If you're doing Lou Alcindor to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
The problem is I think both those names are cool.
How about the Washington Redskins to the Washington Commanders?
On a Friday, I wasn't going out with that controversy.
You didn't want to go with that one? One of those woke libtards.
And it was also Ron Artest to Meta World Peace.
Yeah, that's a good. How about Enos Cantor to Enos Freedom?
That's right.
I forgot about Enos.
Robbie
Freedom.
Anderson to Robbie Chosen.
That's right. Fausto Carmona to Roberto Hernandez.
The Whalers to the Hurricanes.
That's a good one. The Metropolitans to just the Mets, because no one calls them the Metropolitans other than Steve Summers.
The Utah Hockey Club to the Utah Mammoth.
The New Jersey Nets to the Brooklyn Nets.
The Sonics to the Thunder.
The New York Titans to the New York Jets.
A team to Tiki.
Ah, nice.
There it is.
That's it. Loved it. Nailed it. Shaun.
There you go. We're ending on that. I think our back and forth is now complete.
Yes. Congrats to Turkey A.
Congrats indeed. 888-808-1019 is our toll-free number.
Let's
Let's
go
go
home saving face. That's the only thing that happened last night.
Because they got the points against the USA, even though they got eliminated?
They had high expectations. They had not scored a point, even though they had the most chances created and the most shots on goal in the first 2 games of the World Cup. And they still do after the 3rd game. But they had 0 goals.
Right.
Until they played the United States B team, where technically 9 of 11 starters were different. It was really 10 of 11 because Christian Pulisic wasn't available, so Ricardo Pepi started the last game against Paraguay. So they go home, they're like, hey, we got 3 points. We missed out going to the next round by a point. So it looks good for Turkey.
That's a loser
It
mentality.
means nothing to the United States.
Yeah.
Literally nothing.
I'll leave this up to Evan Roberts. Evan, do you want me to read the statement from Carlos Mendoza?
Ooh.
Sure.
Yes, let's.
Okay. Will Salmon posted this. Looks like it was written in iPhone notes, so good for Carlos. Here we go.
How else is he supposed to
I
write
don't
it?
know.
With a hand and paper?
Pen and paper with an emblem. I would like to thank Steve and Alex Cohen. They are tremendous owners who care deeply about their people, their families, and the entire organization. I am grateful for the opportunity they gave me to lead this team. I also want to thank David Stearns for giving me the chance to manage at the major league level. It was a privilege to work alongside him every day, and I greatly appreciate his support, trust, and partnership. Thank you to everyone throughout the Mets organization, especially our coaches, staff, and players. The relationships we built and the memories we created will stay with me forever. I will never forget our special postseason run in 2024 and the resilience, commitment, and passion that group showed every day, including from Grimace. That was not in there. Thank you to everyone throughout the Mets organization, especially our coaches, staff, and players. The relationships we built and the memories we created will stay with me forever. Oh, wait, hold on. That was already in there. They will do a better job posting this. Finally, thank you to the fans. Your energy, loyalty, and unwavering support made it an honor to wear the Mets uniform and represent this organization. I'm sorry I couldn't bring a championship to Queens. New York will always hold a special place in my heart. I leave with tremendous gratitude, pride in what we accomplished together, and confidence that the future of this organization is bright. I wish the Mets and their fans nothing but success in the years ahead.
Well, very classy. We wish Carlos Mendoza nothing but the best. Here's the reality. I said this earlier in the show. This move should have been done 2 months ago. They should have fired him 27 different times. But unlike a lot of coaches and managers who kind of go into the dustpan of history, like Derek Fisher or Jeff Hornacek or John Calipari or Mickey Callaway or Pat Shermer, please stop me, or Adam Gase.
No, you can stop now.
Okay, thank you. Carlos Mendoza will eventually, maybe not today, maybe today for some people, he will have a positive view to Met fans because he was a part of that special team in 2024. And so I said this about Daboll earlier because I think eventually, if not now, but Giant fans will look at Brian Daboll and say, you know what? We didn't get to the promised land, but overall we had that magical 22, Jackson Dart, I'm good. I think eventually Mendy will be in that place. He is not going to live in the history books like Art Howe, like Mickey Callaway, and like Luis Rojas. So for that, I think Mendy should sleep easy that someday he'll come back to Citi Field and Met fans will give him a very respectable reaction.
Yeah, and he'll get another job if he wants it, I think relatively soon.
Yeah, he'll rejoin Aaron Boone on the Yankee staff.
Maybe.
I don't think that's crazy. Let's go to Anthony in Staten Island. Hey, Anthony.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
No problem.
I got a suggestion for GM, but really quick. David Stearns has done irreparable damage. I mean, he got rid of Alonso, a 40 home run, 100 RBI guy, and the best reliever in baseball. He we're not replacing that, and I'm afraid we're going into a rebuild. I mean, but my suggestion for GM: why don't we bring back Omar Minaya?
Well, I don't know if Omar Minaya wants to be a GM, but he certainly likes working in front offices because he is a part of the Yankee front office. He works for Brian Cashman in the New York Yankees, and he's a great baseball mind, and he was a great scout. And I think that's something he loves to do. I think he loves scouting. I don't know. I don't know what his contract status is, but there'd always be a place for Omar Minaya if he wants to work for him.
That's a good suggestion. Just don't know if it's a reality for the Mets.
Yeah, I don't know. You asked a very good question earlier because I think it's different with every organization, and it'll probably be different for the Mets. If David Stearns is hiring a general manager, what specifically is that job going to entail? Like, what's that GM job? I mentioned earlier the Phillies GM is not Dave Dombrowski. It's Dan Mattingly's son. It's just the perception is different. So it's a fair question, and maybe it's one that David Stearns should be asked today when he meets the media at 3 o'clock.
I think it's also if he's going to hire a GM, he's still going to, I don't know, make all the decisions. I think he just now is going to have somebody to run it through, someone to have conversations with about the decisions that he's potentially going to make, and maybe even come down to the contract details, so you get a little bit of a contract, whatever. What do they call him? A capologist for the NFL, whatever you would call it.
They may need one in baseball next year.
Whatever you call that for Major League Baseball. It's not a capologist, but you know what I mean.
They may need one, though.
True. But the guy who goes through the finances, you try to make it make sense, and you bounce it off someone else.
Right.
That's good. That's what I think a GM would do for David Stearns.
I am fascinated, and this is really on the beat reporters that are there, on the questions they're going to push David Stearns on. Because David Stearns, it's not that he's treated with kid gloves, because I think some of the questions are tough. I just think the tone is so like, oh, David, please tell us how brilliant you are about all the moves you're making. But remember what David Stearns said to Joel Sherman 2 months ago. And if you missed it at the top of the show, and I'll play it for you one more time. This was David Stearns 2 months ago when asked about the status of the manager, Carlos Mendoza.
What length does this manager have?
Look, I'll let my words speak for themselves. I've been very clear and consistent that I think Mendy does a really good job. I believe Mendy does a really good job. I like coming to work with him every day. I'm not going to address this every 2 weeks when I talk to you guys, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, now you can't leave it at that, and now you will address it. What changed? Why were you so wrong? Why were you so defiant to shut down the idea of getting rid of this manager a month and a half ago, and why is now the perfect time? He should be peppered with those questions.
Yeah, halfway point of the season.
And the other advice I'd give David Stearns, he doesn't have to take it. I'm sure he won't, even though the fans have been right like 90% of the time, and he's been constantly wrong. Show remorse. Don't do the
defiantly confident.
We're better than this.
We're right.
Yeah,
They're
do that.
underperforming. It's not our fault.
Own it.
Injuries, etc.
Own it. The phrase is die on the sword.
Right. If he gives the injury excuse, then he's basically telling everybody, I screwed up because these guys were injury prone before we signed them.
Well, but here's my problem with the injury excuse. Again, you watch every game. You know it's more than just that. Like the idea.
But he's going to say, well, Luis Robert Jr. hasn't been available for us and Jorge Polanco hasn't been available for us. Okay, but they were never available before.
Absolutely. You signed guys that were injury prone, but it's so deep, the issues. Like David Peterson going backwards is an issue. Vientos and Beatty not developing is an issue.
Yeah.
Yes, your
Kodai
roster
Senga
decisions.
turning into a shell of who he's supposed to be.
Major issue. Absolutely. So I'm very curious how that's going to sound later today. And I don't really want to listen because at the end of the day, when I'm off the air at 2 o'clock, I'm going on vacation, I want to cleanse myself.
Yes.
But I know what's going to happen.
You're going to be doing a Rico at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, for those that want to know the answer to this, since we are doing a 4-hour show basically about Carlos Mendoza, I will have a Rico Brogna tonight after the Mets game against the Phillies. So I will let David Stern speak. I will let Andy Green speak. I will let the Mets play a game, and then after that game is concluded, we'll do a Rico Brogna about the decision to fire Mendoza, what Stern said, what Andy Green said, and obviously the results of tonight's Mets game, which is going to be very ugly. It's Zach Wheeler against Zach Thornton on a Friday night at Citi Field.
You going?
I was going.
Nah.
I'm audibling it.
Nice.
And I'm not audibling it because they suck.
I mean, you could be at the. You said you thought it was going to be Andy Green.
Yeah, I was first on that.
So,
that's right. Congratulations to me.
No. I'm talking about long term.
Long term.
Yes, because
I thought you meant in January when I told people it's not going to be Kai Correa. It's going to be Andy Green.
Well, that too. But we did our long term prediction on who the next manager is going to be.
Yeah, I think he's going to keep the job.
And so you don't want to be at his very first game to say I was there when it began.
It's not about not wanting to be at his game. I'll tell you exactly why. I'm probably tapping out of tonight. I went earlier this week.
I had a bad experience last night.
I didn't have a bad experience. Why? Because Spence had an accident?
Yes.
No, I mean, that's fatherhood. That's okay.
Okay, so you can't take him anymore.
No. I would take him tonight.
Well, why don't you take him?
He needs to redeem himself.
Take him tonight.
I honestly, you want my answer?
Go ahead.
I'm tired.
Yeah.
Like, you know what kills me? Joe B used to say this. He said, I love the job. The worst part about the job is the commute. Like, I drive a lot. And so to go home after an hour and a half in traffic and then turn around and sit in another hour and a half of traffic to get to Citi Field, it's just by the time I get there, I'm like, what am I doing?
Right. You could go to Maryland.
Yeah, I could go to Maryland. And tomorrow I'm going to Niagara Falls.
Right.
Speaking of which, John in Staten Island has some advice. What's up, John?
Hey, Evan. How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. What's up?
Tiki, Shaun.
What's up?
I'm going to tell you, I went to Niagara Falls one time. I'm a Staten Island guy. I went with my wife, my family, my sister, and her family, and we stayed at right at one of these hotels near the casino and the boardwalk. It was the grossest place I've ever been to in my entire life. There were carpets on steps. It smelled. Then we found out about this place called Niagara on the Lake, which is a beautiful small town, gorgeous, 10 minutes away. If you have to change your reservation, go there. Then we go to Toronto, and my wife, after this dilemma, booked us at the Ritz in the business district because she's a little bougie. So we went there; it was fine. And I said, "Hey, what can I see in Toronto?" The Toronto Blue Jays weren't playing or whatever. And they said, "Go to this place, Kensington. It's artsy." The kids will love it. I went there in Kensington. We walked through like their version of Chinatown. It was like a drug den, like Philadelphia, Kensington. Never go to a place called Kensington ever. I am telling you something. It was the worst trip of my life.
Wow.
And go to Niagara on the Lakes for dinner.
All right.
Beautiful, small, like restaurants, wine tastings. Stay away from Niagara Falls. Don't subject Jet and Spence to that because you'll probably shit your pants when you see what.
Hold on. Got to fix that. That was a great phone call to the very end. He dropped a bleep your pants reference.
Yes. But it was solid. It was appropriate.
I've heard that about Niagara Falls, that on the American side, a lot of the hotels nearby are not the nicest. My philosophy is this. The hotel is literally a place to sleep at. It's the activities. It's being on that boat ride. It's about walking across that bridge. It's about doing all the helicopter thing, which I may actually do. And I'm not a helicopter, an air balloon.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, I think I'm doing the air balloon thing.
Don't do that.
I think I may. Why?
Those are not safe.
Yeah.
They're not safe. I read reviews. They're great.
Yeah, well, the people that didn't have a good experience are dead, so they can't write the review.
That'd be such a weird way to go, wouldn't it?
It'd be a terrible way to go.
Would you be happy, Shaun, only because you know, like, you'd be getting my job, or would there be a part of you that's sad, like, I'll miss him, that sucks that he's gone on a...
I'd have guilt forever. And any time I had a
you
bad
predicted
take,
it?
If Evan didn't die, you wouldn't even be here.
We'll come back with more of your calls at 888-808-1019. And what will actually change now that the Mets have a brand new manager going into tonight? Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. New York residents call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Connecticut residents call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
When you're always on the go and busy like I am, you need a security system that lets you know your family is safe, especially when you're not with them. That's why we turned to the partners at Sloman's, who recently installed the Sloman's Shield Link system, a smart home security solution combining safety, convenience, and peace of mind that you can manage right from your phone. Now, you all that have garages, you know how that keypad that is supposed to open your garage? Well, mine sucks. The button always sticks. The battery dies half the time. There's nothing more frustrating than standing outside of your garage trying to hit on a button to try to open it and it doesn't work. So I just pull out my phone these days and I tap a button and boom, it comes open. Sloman's Shield Link system controls everything from my lighting, Alexa control, CO2, smoke detection, etc., etc. It is fantastic and so easy. Experience the future of home security and automation with the Sloman's Shield Link system. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME or visit slomans.com.
Talk Sports After Hours with Tommy Lugauer, 7 to midnight. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In the end, the result last night didn't matter for the U.S. men's national team. They're headed to Santa Clara to play a knockout match against Bosnia on Wednesday, and they'll do it with a fully healthy Christian Pulisic, who looks strong and fast in his 30-plus minutes of time, including 3 shots, 2 of them on goal, and ready for an opponent in the round of 32 who will come after him with a physical game and take big swings at an American defense that showed some flaws against Turkey. I'm Chris Madison.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
There's enough needless nonsense in the world already. Your phone plan shouldn't add to it.
Verizon's new Simplicity plan cuts down on the nonsense in your life. Now there's just one plan, one price, $30 a line per month, even for a single line. And everyone gets our best 5G network. It's a phone plan designed to do exactly what a phone plan is supposed to do. Isn't that a lot simpler? Switch today at Verizon.com or at your nearest store. For new customers, $30 per line includes autopay and switch discount. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply. Unlimited data is restricted to on-device smartphone usage. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible. But Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the New York community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Make this your summer of unforgettable drives in a Mercedes-Benz from Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Whether you're heading down the shore or planning a family getaway, their expert team can help you find the perfect sedan, coupe, SUV, or convertible. And because luxury should extend beyond the vehicle, Mercedes-Benz of Edison is committed to making your shopping experience stress-free. That's one reason they were named the 2026 Mercedes-Benz Dealer of the Year by Cars.com. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Edison, your destination for luxury driving all summer long.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Hey, if you have a small business, you might not know you could be wasting money on your business mobile plan, paying for stuff you don't actually need. But with my Biz Plan from Verizon Business, you can choose exactly what you want and only pay for what you need for your business. When you're in control of your mobile plan, you can make every dollar count. Visit VerizonBusiness.com. Do it today to learn more and make the switch. Verizon Business.
Kohl's deal days are right on time. Summer arrives and suddenly you need shorts that fit, flip-flops that survive the pool deck, a bath towel that isn't secretly your beach towel. Get up to 50% off at Kohl's and Kohls.com, plus daily deals, free shipping, and instant Kohl's Cash. Now the only thing left on your list is having fun. Select styles, exclusions apply. No purchase necessary to get instant Kohl's Cash. While supplies last. Ends June 28th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Our friends at Town Fair Tire remind you that at Town Fair Tire, you always get the guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
This summer, cool down with Dunkin' Refreshers. Sip on black cherry or try the all-new pink pineapple. Or try one of their flavorful fan favorites like mango pineapple and strawberry dragon fruit. All of them are ice cold and refreshing. Dunkin' Refreshers are the perfect afternoon pick-me-up. A whole lot of flavor and very refreshing. It's a sip of summer, only at Dunkin'. Dunkin' Refreshers are fruit-flavored, contain 0 to 1% fruit juice. Terms and exclusions may apply.
The road to kickoff 2026 starts now. From off-season moves to position battles and the biggest storylines surrounding the Giants and Jets, WFAN is getting you ready for football season. Expert analysis, breaking news, insider insight. Football lives here. WFAN.
Good afternoon. How we doing? Evan and Tiki with Shaun Morash. Carton Show in an hour. The Carlos Mendoza era ended earlier this morning. The Mets have fired Carlos Mendoza. Andy Green is the interim manager. I don't expect anything to be that different. Like, I don't think Juan Soto is leading off today, though that would be hysterical.
Right.
Considering I bitched to Mendy about it for months and months. He did it for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, and he was good for a minute.
It was, it was all right.
Yeah.
What?
Can you just do me a favor live on the air?
Of course.
I'm not going to read this. I want you to go to John Harper's Twitter.
The great John Harper. He is a sports writer. He covers baseball.
Mm-hmm.
I know that Joe B is a big fan of
We're
his.
going to do a live exercise here on the air.
All right. I heard from a source today that Albert Pujols in recent weeks had let friends know he wants the Mets managerial job if and when they moved on from Mendoza. Pujols managed the DR team in the WBC and has a very strong relationship with Juan Soto.
He housed that.
I got to tell you, it's the first I've heard of this idea of Albert Pujols.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it?
For those that are tuning in.
When was the time stamp?
The stamp on that was 2 minutes ago, 1:04 p.m. Eastern time.
Yes, the time stamp on Shaun Morash's suggestion of something very similar.
Well, it was more than a suggestion. 2 hours ago here on Evan and Tiki, we made our official long-term predictions on who the next manager of the Mets would be. Tiki Barber said Carlos Beltran. I actually think that Andy Green will somehow hold on to this job, and Shaun was very confident about his Albert Pujols idea because of his connection to Juan Soto. And here we are 2 hours later. One of two things is happening, and it's your decision on what it is. Either Shaun was way ahead of the curve on Pujols, or John Harper's gotten lazy and is just copying Shaun Morash's opinion.
I would just urge our WFAN digital team, clip that so John Harper stops getting all the laps here.
Nah, John's a good reporter.
I know.
And I think John heard that, and that's a good job out of you.
Thank you.
I mean, look, when you suggested Pujols, I think both of our reactions was, that's really interesting.
Right. Like, oh, wow, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
That's a good thought.
I gave you my personal thoughts as like how weird it would be because he's an all-time great player who I've never thought of in regards to the Mets.
Even though he managed in the World Baseball Classic? Yeah. So clearly he has an affinity or a desire to want to do that. So I just never thought, I don't think of him as a manager.
It's not
because
even,
he's such a great player.
That's I think what's very tough to,
Yeah.
and this should not hurt him. I'm just being honest with you. Albert Pujols may be the greatest right-hand hitter I've ever seen. Like, as a baseball fan, I was always a fan of his. And I guess my only connection to Pujols is that when he got to free agency, I turned on a microphone here at WFAN and said the Mets should sign him.
Yeah.
Because why not? Even though there was no chance of that ever happening with the Wilpons owning the team. And subsequently, it would have been a bad move because it did not exactly age well for the Angels. He is a great all-time player. It is just weird to imagine him as the manager of the Mets. It's weird to imagine him wearing that Met jersey, but great idea by Shaun. John Harper is certainly making it valid. And yes, I would advise that the WFAN digital team take advantage of this for you.
Well, thank you very much. Happy Friday.
Now, what were we talking about?
I don't know. I was just so excited to see I might be right on something that I had to get in your ear.
This is not me being right by any stretch, but I said earlier in the show that we all came to the conclusion that the Mets should fire Carlos Mendoza at different times.
Mm-hmm.
And here on Evan and Tiki, we had a fake clock, and we said tick-tock, tick-tock, and we all got to midnight. That's the time you need to fire Carlos Mendoza. So, of course, our archivist here at Evan and Tiki, Dan, went into our archives, and here is the date and time where I, Evan Roberts, diehard Met fan, said, I'm done with Carlos Mendoza. Take a listen. You ready?
Tick-tock as we sit here on this Monday at 10 a.m., April 20th, and the Mets on an 11-game losing streak. I, for one, am ready to fire Carlos Mendoza.
There you go. 11-game losing streak, April 20th.
That was
my moment.
2 months ago.
Yeah, it took 2 months.
Now, in fairness, May actually wasn't horrible.
It wasn't horrible.
And I mean, it was above 500 slightly.
Yeah. No, they were above 500 in May, yes.
Yes. And they should have been way above, but then they slid back a little bit. But they had a decent May. And then June just kind of became crap.
Do you remember when you got to midnight? I think you were soon after me or right around the same time.
I was right after you.
Yeah, I think we all kind of got there.
Because you hit it at 11. And then they hit 12, and it was like, oh, dude.
Yeah, when does it stop?
Like, this is bad.
Right.
So I think it was the next time after 12 that we were on air. I can't remember if that was a weekend or not. But it was not so long after yours. It wasn't in May.
Right.
It was definitely still in April.
888-808-1019 is our toll-free number. Let's go to Mike in Clifton Park, New York. Good afternoon, Mike.
Hey, Evan. How's it going?
We're good. What's up?
So, of course, Mendoza just got fired now, not a couple of months back. I mean, if Stearns fired him a couple of months back, it would be another failure on Stearns because he hired him. So, he has to protect himself, I'm sure. Listen, I don't want Stearns hiring Bochy or anybody else. I want hands off the Mets. I don't want him doing any more trades. And let's not forget he fired Hefner, and now Nolan McLean has taken a step back. So
Mike, that looks bad. I mean, Jeremy Hefner lasted through various administrations. He was very highly regarded, the pitching lab and all that talk. And when you look at what's happened specifically to Nolan McLean backwards, David Peterson backwards.
Yeah, he disappeared from his all-star season a year ago.
Kodai Senga backwards. There's a lot of backwards going on. I mean, there are some examples of forwardness, like Huascar Brazaban has had a wonderful year this year. But it's a fair point. By the way, the odds have come out on the next manager of the New York Mets. Are you ready?
Yep.
Game 1, 2027. The favorite in the clubhouse is Carlos Beltran. Number 2, Alex Cora. Number 3, Andy Green. After that, you want to hear some more names?
Yeah.
George Lombard. His dad, don't worry. Who was a player.
Senior.
George Lombard Sr.
What's he doing?
He's a coach.
I know, but where?
Where is George Lombard?
I mean, obviously he's a coach. He wouldn't just be randomly.
Well, I mean, Joe Girardi's on this list. He ain't a coach. He's just sitting in the booth now.
But he was.
No, I know. Rocco Baldelli, David Ross, Anton Richardson, Buck Showalter, Don Mattingly, and Bobby Valentine.
Bench coach of the Tigers.
So there you go. So both Tiki and Shaun in great positions here. The favorite to be the next manager, Tiki's prediction, and the hot new name revealed by John Harper, Shaun's prediction. And my prediction is just the guy who got the interim job.
Shaun just had an opinion. John Harper's reporting it.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not pretending to report it. It makes sense to me.
No, I mean, you did a great job. Do you want flowers for this or something?
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay.
We play predictions all the time on the show, and I told you this is the most confident prediction I had.
I know, but you weren't right about the prediction yet. You just said someone, and now someone else is saying it's a possibility. It didn't happen.
But I would say within 2 hours of me saying that, having a reputable reporter bring him up first.
And by the way, I'll get you even more excited. He's going to interview for the job.
Oh, definitely.
I don't think there's any doubt.
Yeah.
He's a hot managerial candidate.
Yeah, it'll be a day or half a day or whatever of talking about him.
I think he
potentially
interviewed
being the manager.
for the Angels job. Wasn't the Angels job the one that we all thought he was going to get?
Yes,
and then
because
it
of his
went
history,
to Kurt Suzuki?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and then he interviewed for another job this offseason. After that, we were kind of surprised.
So he's going to get a job. I don't think there's any doubt. Devin is in Washington, D.C. What's up today, Devin?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you doing?
All's well, man.
Good, man.
So, I mean, I really haven't been able to stand David Stearns from the very beginning. And I think it all stems from his arrogance at every single solitary move, starting from the first move. What's been the biggest problem over the last week with this team, with this Mets team, especially in the field?
I mean, everything. Their starting pitching's been mostly awful. Their defense in the infield's been terrible. Their first base defense specifically has gone backwards after they told us Pete Alonso was a problem, and they don't get clutch hits. So other than that, everything's fine.
Discipline and fundamentals.
Yeah.
Who was best at teaching fundamentals and coaching fundamentals? And what was David Stern's very first action as president of this organization?
To hire Carlos Mendoza?
Or actually to fire Buck Showalter.
Oh, to fire. That is true. That is true, yes.
The DNA of this team in 2024 was great fundamentals. And that was exactly what Buck Showalter instilled in every single solitary one of those players. And that's why they had a deep run. And then it slowly dissipated.
You know what bothered me about Buck Showalter and David Stearns? And I guess so many years have gone by now, I've never had the chance to ask the question. In fact, I didn't, and I should have, because I've met David a couple of times, and I asked him plenty of annoying questions.
Yeah.
And this one I didn't, and maybe, again, because I moved on from it. Why wouldn't you talk to Buck Showalter? Like,
Now.
no one said, no, when you fired him. Like, he's the manager. He was only here for 2 years. He has a great resume. Instead of him instantly being told the day before you got the job, you're not coming back, why wouldn't you talk to him? Why wouldn't you have a phone conversation with him and just pick his brain? It was so assumed by David Stearns that, that's not going to work. Like, why? Buck's a really good baseball guy. And what bothered me is not that he didn't keep him, because I'm not suggesting that he needed to keep him. What I always suggested at the time is, why didn't you talk to him? And there's a level of arrogance about not even talking to him.
Right.
And I don't understand that.
Well, it's a disrespect. It's not a massive one because people get fired all the time in sports, especially when you're a manager or someone in a high position and your team's underperforming, or there's a change of the changing of the guard. That happens.
Right.
Guys get fired. So you don't need to have a conversation. But it's a respect thing to have a conversation with a guy who's been around the game as long as he has.
Especially because my understanding is they didn't know each other very well.
Right.
Maybe they would have hit it off.
Right.
Maybe it would have been like, wow, this is a connection.
Or maybe he didn't want that because he then would second guess his decision to fire him. I'm just speculating. Or, again, either way, you had your idea of who you wanted to hire. And that was Carlos Mendoza.
And that's fine.
You got to fire. You got to fire. Buck. It is what it is.
It just turned me off at the time that there wasn't a conversation. Again, I never expected him to come back. I wasn't suggesting he'd come back, but I believe in being open-minded. And there was a closed-mindedness to the way Buck Showalter was handled at the end that I still don't fully understand.
Yeah.
Jeff in Oceanside. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Hope you remember I called in. You guys said I was nuts for firing Mendy. And then you actually apologized to me on the air. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, because I think you wanted him fired after last season. So forget the clock of
That's correct.
when this season. I think after the Mets collapsed, you're like, get rid of him.
Correct. And the reason I said that was if you look back at it, it really made no sense. They got rid of the core of the team, major superstars, major fan favorites. They got rid of the entire coaching staff. Well-renowned, like we just said, pitching coach, first base coach. I know that was a little bit different and wound up being a money issue, and they actually wanted to stay, but they changed the entire coaching staff. They changed a tremendous part of the core, and they kept the same manager. They couldn't win a game down the stretch last year. They literally couldn't win a game, and they should have done this. They blew 2 seasons. They blew last season by not making a move at the end of the season, trying to get to that third wall.
You turned out to be right, and I'll tell you why I won't make this mistake again. Like, I apologize again to you, Jeff. When the Mets collapsed in 2007, I thought Willie Randolph deserved an opportunity to come back in 2008. And they didn't play well, and they made the move to fire him, which I agreed with. Carlos Mendoza, collapse of 2025, I thought he deserves to come back, and he couldn't overcome it. This is the second time now in Met history that they've had some kind of epic collapse, ran it back with the manager, and halfway through the season said, it's not going to work. And what I've learned from this is if the Mets have another collapse somewhere down the line, you got to rip the Band-Aid off. The idea that you can come back and have success, now twice we've walked into the same result.
Yeah, and that ultimately that's likely what David Stearns, when he's talking to the media in 2 hours or so, whenever it is going to say. We had a horrible end of last season, and nothing changed basically this season. Now, part of that, he should own part of it's my fault, but that's why we decided to move on, because nothing was getting better.
No, it was getting worse. I mean, what happened this week did him in. Like, I think the Mets intended, and David Stearns intended, for Mendoza to survive the season when they were floatering between 6 and 9 to 10 games under 500. Right. They're 13 games under 500. They got swept at home. They gave up 1 million runs. Their defense collapsed, and the crowd was chanting for a baseball player who doesn't play here anymore.
Right.
It was the height of embarrassment. Idiots with Idioms returns in a few short minutes. Plus more of your calls at 888-808-1019. There's no better time than now to upgrade your home with Windorama's summer savings event. Save up to 40% off when you install with Windorama. Choose from top brands like Anderson Windows and Doors and Master Shield Gutter Guards. Book your free and home consultation, shop from home, and let their local certified experts handle it all. A stress-free process from measurement to installation. And when you shop in stock inventory, they'll install in just 14 days. Visit Windorama.com and book now.
How dialed in were you? I know I was. To the World Cup last night as U.S. took on Turkey. Turkey pulled it out in the 98th and last minute. Saving face, but they're still going home after only managing 3 points in their group. You should have seen how wild social media was going, all the hashtags. Well, if you were on njit-worldcup.com, you would have. Because when it comes to getting the latest info on the world's game, trust a global leader in science, technology, engineering, math, and more. New Jersey's Institute of Technology. NJIT's Martin Tuckman School of Management has developed a digital dashboard tracking fan sentiment and all things World Cup. Where are people hanging out? Where can you watch the game? You can find out the most useful, up-to-the-minute local information for this global event at njit-worldcup.com.
And this portion of the program is sponsored by St. Joachim and Ann Nursing and Rehabilitation Center.
Hey, healthcare workers of New York, are you looking to make a difference? St. Joachim and Ann Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is actively hiring nurses and CNAs. Call 718-714-4800. That's 718-714-4800.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Own your moment. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. France and Norway in the World Cup, and I think a France win with plenty of goals is the way to play this one. Both teams already qualified for the knockout stage, so there's not a ton of pressure to play with, which means we should get an open game with a ton of scoring chances. Both of Norway's games featured 5 goals. Meanwhile, France has scored 3 goals in each match. I think France wins, and I'll parlay that with over 2.5 goals in the game for plus money. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-339-6282. That's 800-339-6282.
There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21, please drink responsibly.
The times you spend with your friends and loved ones are the best. Those selfies you take now will shape memories that will last a lifetime. Make sure you stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Only 2 milligrams of fentanyl can cause an overdose. So learn about the dangers and risks of this frightening, deadly drug at stayinthepic.nj.gov. Don't risk your life and all those wonderful memories you're creating. Stay in the picture and stay away from fentanyl. Know all the risks. Visit stayinthepic.nj.gov from New Jersey Human Services.
Summer's a gift. The gift of days that last a little longer. A brighter state of mind. So gift yourself a new Kia at the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event. With specially tagged vehicles including the Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, as well as the Niro Hybrid. All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. So the gift of summer can keep on giving for summers to come. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-3334-KIA for details. Always drive safely. Event ends 7/6/26. See dealer for warranty details.
Looking for the best value on new tires? Get to Town Fair Tire. We honor every valid manufacturer's and competitor rebates and give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter.
Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
HL Gross Jewelers of Garden City is Long Island's premier engagement and wedding ring destination. Visit HL Gross today or online at hlgross.com. This summer, luxury comes in threes. 3 premier destinations: Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Ray Cattina of Freehold, and Mercedes-Benz of Union. 3 reasons to drive Mercedes-Benz: the versatile GLC, the refined GLE, and the Ray Cattina experience, where the customer always comes first. Wherever summer takes you, discover luxury SUVs built for every journey. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Ray Cattina of Freehold, and Mercedes-Benz of Union, or go to RayCattinaMercedes.com. 3 locations, triple luxury, 1 unforgettable summer.
Enjoy the excitement of the World Soccer Championship with Schweppes Ginger Ale. Crisp, refreshing, and full of classic flavor. Schweppes is the perfect companion for every match and game-winning goal. Pick up the iconic taste of Schweppes Ginger Ale at your local ShopRite to make every match a win.
Take the guesswork out of cooking, folks. The Chef IQ senses a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or over cooking chicken, fish, or steak. Order the newly released 3rd-generation Chef IQ Sense at chefiq.com. That's chefiq.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, this is Lauren, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's gonna add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
If you're still using a sportsbook to bet on the soccer tournament, you're getting robbed. Delete that app and join the millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. Trade against other fans, not the house. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for soccer's biggest stage. Available in all 50 states. Download the Polymarket app. Use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Gang Green fans, are the Jets ready to take the next step? Let us know what you think at 888-808-1019. The WFAN phone line is powered by Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus presents the biggest summer in UFC history.
The Fan Focus is presented by Chef IQ. Watch the game, not the grill. Get your gear at chefiq.com. It's the Yankees and Red Sox in Game 2 of their series up in Fenway. Will Warren takes the bump for the Yankees 7-10 in a game that can be heard right here on the Fan. The Mets begin the Andy Green era and a 3-game series at home versus the Phillies at 7-10. Zach Wheeler, Zach Thornton. It's a Zaka-taka-taka on the bump. And tonight, the NHL draft, the Rangers holding the 5th overall pick. And plenty of trade rumors to watch. They've already dealt Brett Berard to the Canadiens.
That's why I'm going to put Drury in the window seat. Because, yeah, I mean, the Rangers got to turn this bad boy around. So, Chris Drury, you're in the window seat, brought to you by Windorama. Save up to 40% on new windows and doors. I was thinking about Will Warren because of his struggles against the Red Sox last year. But in terms of the future of the franchise, wake up, Chris Drury. I mean, right now, the Rangers they had a morass of a season last year.
They did. The last 2 years.
I use that term because Gary Cohen used that term to describe the Mets season, and Shaun thought he was talking about him because he said morass. And I'm like, no, that's an actual word.
I've never heard anybody say that other than when calling me that name.
I'm going to reveal a secret to you. I have been pulling Gary Cohen clips since the beginning of the season of him using big words. And eventually,
you told me this.
I've told you, it's a little secret. Eventually, when I have enough, so maybe next year, maybe at the end of this season, we're going to have a segment where Gary Cohen teaches us big words.
That's awesome.
Because he does it all the time. He got a lot of attention for that great catch by Benj. What did he say? Pulshamashashish?
What?
Pulsmatuitus?
What? I don't even remember this.
You don't remember that whole thing?
I remember you talking about it and him using big words, but I don't remember the word that he used.
Yeah, he used like pulsatuity or something like that. Yeah, but there's a lot more than that is my point. That's just one example of it. But anytime we screw up a term or a phrase or an idiom, we like to collect them. And every Friday at 1:30, we dump all the mistaken idioms from the week that was on you, the audience, in a little segment we like to call Idiots with Idioms.
Hey, you know what time it is? It's Idiots with Idioms. Idiots with Idioms. Idiots with Idioms. Idiots with Idioms. Laugh till you split your sides. Idiots with Idioms.
I've been practicing this all during the break. I'll probably still screw it up. And I wrote it phonetically.
You guys are dumb.
But who's handling your ball?
Mikhail Brown.
From under these nuts. Ha, ha, ha.
Got no problem with you sucking off that bowl of a lollipop.
Hold mine!
Aaron Boone made a molehill out of a mole. A mountain out of a molehill.
Mountain out of a molehill. Anus.
Players with that thing on their, what's it called? The chip on your shoulder.
On their shoulder.
Yeah.
It's 100 years ago you're talking about.
Maybe I'm licking it more than I'm sucking it, but
what is wrong with you, dude?
I like the taste of the salt.
Jazz.
Oh, look at you. You're a man of my own heart.
I'm a Mendy fan.
And there are other guys on the field, namely, for me, Jose Caballero.
What?
You can take the Atlanta out of Dansby Swanson, but you can't take the Dansby Swanson out of Atlanta. I think I did that backwards. Yep. Yep, I did.
The Mariners got to the ALCS. They have a Triton. So they have a prop. It's not even like a, what did I say? Trident. You know what I mean? The thing that Aquaman has.
Your sister's ass.
I got a stat that's going to knock your eyes out.
Knock my socks off?
That too.
Shut up! No, you shut up! You shut up!
There's so many different parts of this Met franchise this year that we can obviously poke our finger into.
Piss missile.
But we got throats and necks, her with a back injury. Too little, too late. You waited until the cat was out of the barn. Now, I know he really rails against left-handed pitching.
They don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
He hates the Mets. He always says he doesn't, but he loves it. He loves, like, sucking our tears.
First of all, it's taste your tears, not suck on them. I know we've had a big week of lollipops, but you taste the tears. That's number one. Put that away.
We all love Big Mac. He's on at 2 o'clock with Craig. He is an Aaron Boone jockstrap.
Here's a call to the bullpen you can make. Ask for a salad.
So you're saying Joe stole from Bad Tiki?
He stole Big Balls Johnson from Bad Tiki.
Brunson, yeah.
I mean, Big Balls Brunson. The Rico Borgagna podcast. They're not upset. They're not pissed off. They're not fire booning right now.
They're not fire booning?
Shut up, Woody No Pecker.
Nothing silly is going to happen to the Knicks. We happened it last year. Save that one. and right now they are headed towards the ice block.
What?
Iceberg. No chance! The Pete Crow Armstrong thing would have been huger. The reason it's a footnote is because the game was idiots with idioms.
Laugh till you split your sides. Idiots with idioms.
Wow, what a stupid week we had.
Even you were all over that.
It would have been a little light if Jazz didn't have that lollipop, though, huh? I mean, jeez.
Jazz created a lot. No doubt about it.
Jazz was 2 days.
Yeah. That's why I'm writing that story down as one of the most forgettable, but big stories of 2026.
Yes.
Obviously, it's not as big as the Knicks winning a title or Mendoza being fired, all that kind of stuff. But there were 2 days on this radio station where we were breaking down.
Well,
Jazz Chisholm and a lollipop.
It's only because he had the lollipop and they lost. And then the next game, he still had the lollipops in the dugout and he smashed a home run.
That's true.
That won them the game.
And then Aaron Boone ripped him and then was like, oh, he's the lollipop kid.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was one of those weird stories that you'll forget about.
Right.
But carried a couple of days.
In credit to Aaron Boone, he did deflate it by
Well, no,
saying
he
he's
didn't
by saying he's the lolly the next day.
Oh, the next day. He
Yeah.
eventually
he
tried
escalated,
to. Yeah.
and then he deflated it.
He escalated, then he said, what are we doing?
Yeah.
We have to deflate
We're talking about lollipops?
Yeah, it was crazy. Let's get back to your phone calls, 888-808-1019. Big baseball weekend. The Yankees are up in Boston against the Red Sox. Great chance to make that trip to Fenway if you haven't done it. And the Mets are going to get their ass kicked by the Phillies. The season is basically over, but they did decide to change the manager 2 months too late. 888-808-1019. Steve in Mount Kisco. Hey, Steve.
Hi, Evan. Nice to be on with you guys. First time. Appreciate it. Thanks for picking me up.
Excellent.
Out of the box idea, David Stearns. Hear me out if you can, please. I'm dissatisfied as well, miserable. Everyone I talk to, every Met fan I talk to is so unhappy with this guy. But my out-of-the-box idea is let's have Steve Cohen go back to the corporate world that he knows so well, I presume. And what would you do if you had a highly paid executive in your organization? You're the CEO, and you got a very highly paid executive, i.e. David Stearns. And the guy's been an abject failure. What do they typically do with someone like that in lieu of firing the person? I've seen it where someone gets moved. They get moved, they get a different title, they jazz it up with a press release, the whole bit. And the guy is, go someplace else to either prove himself or blow up. Stearns, I think, needs someone to be at least his or even greater to look over his shoulder and monitor every move from now forward. Because my suggestion is that the president of the baseball operations, how about a demotion? And how about he's put on notice that you're on probation. Prove that we're wrong. But we're going to have somebody in here who's going to kind of look at this and see if they can help you out.
I think the probation is you better start winning.
Yeah.
The probation is this isn't acceptable. But if you look at available team presidents or general managers, who's going to have a better resume than what David Stearns had?
No.
Who are you bringing in that's the boss man ahead of David Stearns? It really, those guys aren't out there.
One of the options you throw out there. Theo.
But Steve, we have to put Theo aside because it's just not happening.
It's not happening. He's a part owner in the private equity firm that's helping the Fenway Sports Group. It's not happening. He's not coming to save some other team.
I get why he's the default answer because he's one of the great executives of all time, but I think we need to be realistic that he's not taking the job. I mean, what I had heard is he wants ownership. I don't think they even got along when they met, or they. I don't even know if it's that they didn't get along. I don't want to speak out of turn here.
They didn't.
But there
jive.
wasn't like a jive.
Right.
There wasn't a connection between Steve Cohen and Theo Epstein. So I know that's the name. It's going to be the name we hear when the Yankee fans want to fire Brian Cashman again. It's the same thing, but I just don't think it's happening. And by the way, if you're Theo Epstein, would you ever want to do it again? You've already conquered. There's only one job Theo Epstein should take. I'm not even joking.
Go ahead.
You're going to think I'm screwing around.
I know.
No, you don't know.
I do.
The only job. All right, we're going to say it at the same time then. Now that he's won with the Red Sox and the Cubs, the only job that Theo Epstein should ever take or would ever take is running the Jets. What?
Cleveland Guardians.
The Jets.
I said the same thing.
Yeah.
Nah, not the Guardians.
He's
the
not
Jets.
going to go to base football.
Why not?
Why would he go to football?
Why can't you? We saw what's his name do that. What's his name?
The guy from
Paul
Moneyball.
DiPodesta?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been done.
Jonah Hill in Moneyball, right?
Lou Lamoriello started off in like another sport. Like Theo Epstein just runs the Jets and says, I know how to hire people. I know to put people in best position to succeed. I'm replacing Darren Moji. That would be the only job. You guys think I'm kidding, do you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because He doesn't know the game.
It doesn't matter. He knows people. He knows how to run a business. He knows how to.
Does he know football people?
Does he know football people?
I would trust him to run the Jets.
Are you kidding?
I am not kidding. I am not kidding.
Do you know what this radio station would be?
Part of what he needs to do is evaluate talent. How the hell is he doing that?
He'd hire the right people to do it.
Okay.
Can I?
And then
I'm going to push back on you for a second.
He would check them how?
Hold on.
He would check them how?
Can I counter?
Go ahead.
You have suggested, you know what would help the Jets, and Atlanta's doing it? Bringing in like this former icon that can kind of like be the CEO.
No.
Haven't you suggested that?
You're mishearing me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So this is what the Atlanta Falcons did with Matt Ryan. So they brought him in. They made him new role, president of football, like not football operations, just president of football. And Matt is the filter between the owner and everything else underneath it.
Okay, so Theo, keep going.
But Matt knows football intimately.
Theo knows winning, team building, chemistry.
You need to make a decision on a specific coach and how he's going to relate to the players, a specific massive big free agent, and whether or not he's going to fit to what the plan is. I don't know if Theo knows football well enough to do that job.
You said his resume about his family. They wrote books. They did shows.
No, they were producers for Casablanca. They
Theo
won an Academy
Epstein.
Award.
Okay.
His dad was a novelist.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
and Theo won World Series with the Red Sox and the Cubs. You don't think he can run a football team?
I think
he can.
I think he
Absolutely.
could run the hell out of a baseball team because he knows baseball talent when he sees it. But it's a different animal being a football coach than it is a baseball manager.
I would hire
it's a
Theo
different
Epstein
animal
in
being
a
a football
second.
player
Yep.
than being a baseball player. So there's a.
I know the sports are different, but team building and success and championships, and it's not like I'm speaking out of turn because again, we did see Paul DePodesta.
And they stink.
I
the
would
Browns stink.
wish him major success. I just don't think it would happen.
Okay, fair enough.
If the Browns have stunk since they've hired him, what good has happened? Also, no, one more.
I want to respond to that.
No,
can I respond to that?
I'm going to add a tack on. Go ahead, respond.
Is Paul DePodesta Theo Epstein?
No.
So then why does that? Because
so
he
why would
failed
you
with-
use it as an example?
that that guys do cross
They
sports.
do crossover.
That's all I'm using it as an example for.
All right, so it's been a colossal failure. Let's use it as a crossover.
Didn't Ernie Accorsi crossover?
I think he had baseball ties.
Yep, keep going. Now, there's
I'd have
other
to look at
examples.
what he actually
Lou
was.
Lamoriello could do it.
But I think he was
You act like I'm
football-
crazy.
I think he went the other way.
Yeah, I think he may have. I'd have
Now-
to look up his exact
Yeah.
trajectory.
All the times we've talked about for 16 years on this station that it's time for Brian Cashman to go. Not once did you say, you know what, I'd take him running the Jets.
You know what? I would take him running the Jets. You want that for the first time?
Yes, I want you to say into a microphone, I want Brian Cashman running the Jets.
I want to let Darren Muji try to figure this out first. But if things go collective,
But Mucci's not going anywhere.
for now he's not.
No.
Have
I'm
you
just
watched
saying-
the Jets the last 50 years?
I'm just
He'll
saying.
be gone in 2 years.
If you're hiring Theo Epstein, he's not becoming the general manager.
No, he's overseeing.
He's
Darren
becoming the whatever that little place is. You
Right.
create a position. in
But you
between.
would want him to be able to decide who has
Yes.
each job.
Right,
so from
right.
that standpoint, yeah, I think the next time the New York Jets are completely rebuilding and starting over, I would absolutely endorse Theo Epstein or Brian Cashman running the New York Jets. You're
All right.
damn right.
All right, so February it is.
It's going to be that quickly that things turn on Darren Muji?
Nah,
it's over already.
Nah, I think we have 2 years. You know where Darren Muji is going to get turned on? Like by Joe and everybody else? You know,
This Darren Muji fella.
once he drafts his quarterback and the quarterback sucks.
Daryl, Mr. Smiles, Muhi.
It's always about the quarterback. So this year doesn't count again because it's Geno. Next year, they're clearly going to draft a quarterback, and then you almost tack on like a year or two. So you're looking at 3 more years before Darren Muji's thrown to the trash.
And Muji hasn't hired a coach.
Darren Muji hasn't. Yeah, you're right. Technically, you're right. So we're in the infant stages of really kind of seeing Darren Muji.
I mean, does he get the advantage of hiring 2 coaches after Aaron Glenn?
I think only one. I wouldn't say 2.
Because he didn't hire Aaron Glenn?
No, I'd say 1 coach. I would say the trajectory of Muji is he's running the team this year. I think he keeps the job almost no matter what. I think Glenn's on the hot seat.
Right.
He drafts his quarterback, maybe hires a new coach. If that collective fails, he gets Joe Douglas.
Yeah, and remember, Tiki, whatever the next coach he hires is going to be directly tied to the quarterback he picks. So the chances are, if the quarterback's good, even if the coach is a fumbling idiot.
That's a good point.
Look at the Giants.
I want to thank Jackson Dart.
I mean, think about it. Joe Shane kept his job. Let's go to Mark in Oceanside. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how are you guys today?
Good.
Listen, the only guy on the fan who's got this right is Joe Benigno. The total fault of this collapse of the New York Mets lies on David Stern's doorstep. It's like we're beating around with the manager. The players are god-awful that he brought in. What manager is going to turn Susie Semien and Shirley Polanco and Lucille Roberts into good players? You tell me. I mean, Frankie Montas, the whole world. My 10-year-old nephew said, why did they sign this guy? He's a bum. I mean, if he knew it, how did David Stearns not know it?
You just gave me the greatest idea for Rico. I'm going to rank the worst of David Stearns' moves. Because Frankie Montas may be towards the top. Like Frankie Montas versus Jorge Polanco.
Frankie Montas.
If I put you guys on the carpet right now, which was worse? Now, the story isn't done with Polanco, but as of right now, Frankie Montas or Jorge Polanco.
How many games has Polanco played?
Like 7.
Dude, it's going to be Polanco.
Well, how many starts did Montas have?
It's Montage because, A, we've made him forget about it, and B, even when they signed Polanco, we thought Brett Beatty might place him first or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, we thought, or he thought, Montage would start for 2 years on this team.
Didn't we predict who would play the most games at first base?
We did, yeah.
And I think I said Brett Beatty.
I think I said Brett Beatty as well.
And I don't think he's played more than 2.
It's been a runaway of Mark Vientos.
Yeah. So how could that be a worse move than Montage if even at the beginning we were thinking, he's probably not the answer?
I was just asking the question.
Because he hasn't played.
But Montage
didn't pitch.
Didn't pitch.
It's
He
horrible.
didn't pitch at all?
Last year.
But it was barely.
And they basically casted him away.
Yeah,
I
let me get the total
Jorge
of Montas.
Polanco has done absolutely nothing.
But he won't be.
I swear on Tuesday, I literally forgot his name.
All right, let me give you the answer on this. So Frankie Montas signed a 2-year deal. They ended up getting rid of him, so that's why you didn't see him this year.
Yeah.
He made 7 starts and threw 38 innings and pitched to a 6.28 ERA.
Okay, how many games has Jorge Polanco played?
All right, so as of right now, Jorge Polanco, and again, he may come back, so I guess the story isn't written yet, has played 14 games, 56 at-bats, 179 batting.
And what was the commitment
tell
to
me
Polanco?
Tell me what's worse. A guy who was supposed to give you 20 to 22 starts and he gave you 7, or a guy who's supposed to play at least 100 games and has played 14.
Can I tell you why Montas is worse, in my opinion?
Go ahead.
And I think that Mark kind of laid it out very well. We all knew that the Frankie Montas signing was bad. Polanco was coming off a good year, and even though he has an injury history, there were some of us who were like, this could work.
A middle infielder that was signed because, we forgot this term. We haven't used it in a long time.
Go ahead.
Run prevention.
Right.
To play first base.
I understand, but he had 26 home runs the previous year. Okay. You could have at least convinced yourself, he can be productive. Like, I just remember, I'm only speaking for myself, when they signed Montas, it was, what are we doing? When they signed Polanco, it was like, okay, I get it.
Am I nuts, though? Didn't Polanco only get a 1-year deal?
2-year deal.
Oh, okay.
They both signed 2-year deals.
To be fair.
Their contracts are almost identical. Like, I think Montas was 2 years, 36, and I think Polanco's 2 years, 40.
All right.
Like, basically, they signed the same contract.
Yeah, it does make me lean back towards Tiki.
The fact that we're arguing about it just tells you how much of an idiot David Stearns has been with some of these deals.
Wow.
I mean, seriously.
And you know what we're also doing? Giving you a preview of a mid-August Rico Brogna. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Rico Borgagna podcast.
That's what we're going to be debating.
This is the Rico Brogna podcast.
You know what? I'm glad we're taking this call before we sign off today. It's labeled as Defending David Stearns because he has taken a beating today. So, Nick in Norwalk, the floor is yours.
Good luck.
Hey, guys. Glad to get in last year. So, I'm not going to defend. I'm going to defend this. I'm going to say you brought in this guy, and to use 2 callers ago, his metaphor of like bringing a CEO, you need someone who's going to build out a long-term strategy. You're not thinking just 2 to 3 years. You're thinking 5 to 10.
Yep.
But you brought in this guy with a work stoppage. That's probably going to be the worst work stoppage in the history of the sport coming up just, 3 years into his tenure. So you already placed handcuffs on him within that. I don't think they ever just made the correct call that they should have. I'm not sure if they can even communicate. They think, hey, we're going to be in a long stoppage. We're going to come out of this with a completely new idea on what cap structures look like, what contracts look like. And they want to go into that with a blank slate rather than carrying a ton of payroll, which they're already going to have to shed when that happens. So they try for these 2-year deals, these 1-year deals, where maybe you could get guys run around 500. If it doesn't work out, you trade them for high-value prospects. But clearly none of that's worked this year based on the people they got, particularly on the offensive side. But if you fire him now, you get the worst of both worlds. You get his horrible 2 to 3 year strategy, and then you have to bring in someone who has to recreate the entire strategy from the ground up with this new CBA.
Right.
I think if you could give him the chance, though, post this, he's going to create a situation where you've cleared most of the cap space, absent maybe Juan Soto, because I think they're trading Lindor at the deadline here. And then Bichette is a crazy contract, but that's also only 3 years, and I don't know what service time is going to look like once you start playing again in 28.
But you know what? You know what I disagree with, and I guess there's no way to prove it because David isn't giving an honest answer about this. Was it David Stearns and Steve Cohen strategizing around a lockout, or was it their philosophy to not give long-term contracts out to 98% of players?
I mean,
with Juan Soto being a rare exception, with Yamamoto and the offer being a rare exception.
Yeah, well, given what Steve Cohen does for a living, you got to know he's looking long-term. And so it probably is looking towards the lockout.
See, I'm not convinced of that. I can't prove you're wrong, obviously, because it's very possible and certainly respectable to say, I got to game plan this.
Either way, whatever scenario it is, the Mets have the highest payroll in baseball, and they are one of the worst teams in baseball.
Yeah.
That is unprecedented.
So it doesn't matter if your strategy was the lockout or you don't want to give out long-term deals. Those results cannot happen.
You have bad players on your team.
Yeah.
And that's not good. I don't care what the strategy is.
And I've said this, and this is not hyperbolic or over-exaggerating. I try to be a historian of the team I root for and using the time period of me as a fan. So not being able to comment necessarily on the 60s or 70s or the early 80s. From 1991 on, and I've seen some bad ones. 92 was bad. 93 was bad. 04 was bad. The post-Madoff era was bad. I think this is the most embarrassing season the franchise has ever had.
Yeah.
Because
of the individual games.
I think
like the ones that you remember are just horrible.
I think the results combined with the payroll combined with our anger about the decisions that were made.
Right.
Like we were angry about a lot of the decisions that were made.
In real time.
In real time.
Yes.
And most of us said, all right, let's hope we're wrong. Like I always say, I hope I'm wrong.
And we haven't been.
And we haven't been wrong. And I think when you combine the results, the payroll, the expectations, along with our anger about what happened in the offseason, and you add it up to a season that's on pace to see 95 losses, I don't think 92 is as bad as this, and I lived it. I don't think 93 was as bad as this, and I lived it. This is the worst season and most embarrassing season this franchise has ever had. And unfortunately, I don't know what's going to change other than us just, watching more young players the rest of the way.
Right.
But guess what? Tonight, I'm setting up that scorebook, Tiki. You're damn right.
Yeah.
Because I got a perfect season going on. I've scored every Met game.
Yep.
Can it end on a Friday night in June?
No.
It can't end that way.
Can't end that way.
Can't end on a Saturday when I'm in Niagara Falls. Can't do it. I'll DVR that sumbitch. Can it end on a Sunday? Nope. Can't do it. Hey, you know when it's going to end? I know exactly when it's going to end.
When you die in a hot air balloon crash.
Come on, man. Tiki knows the answer. And Shaun knows the answer, too, if you gave it any thought. Week 1 of the NFL season.
Yeah. That's when it's over.
That's Sunday afternoon.
Yep.
No, you make it that far. You got to finish.
No, because it'll be a month. You have a little less than a month.
Yeah, dude, I don't know, man.
I don't think so.
Football Sunday, first game of the season. I'm staring Robert Saleh straight in the eye.
All gas, no brakes.
He's going to pay attention. He ain't going to score.
That's a Yankee-Met game.
Holy crap, it is a Yankee-Met game.
Okay, so a couple days after.
Yeah. Maybe the following Sunday.
Okay.
That's when it'll end.
Yeah, but then we're just a week closer to the end of the regular season.
Yeah, but we'll finish it.
It's not ending. You convinced me, Shaun.
If you missed any of the show, you can rewind on the free Odyssey app or download the Evan and Tiki podcast. Carton Show with Big Mac is coming up next. Monday, 10 a.m. Be here. Enjoy your weekend. Goodbye.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Oh man, the Charlotte Hornets traded star point guard LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Minnesota Timberwolves, and in exchange, Minnesota sends back center Naz Reid, a 2033 unprotected first-round draft pick, 3 first-round pick swaps, and 3 future second-round selections to pair with Ball and Anthony Edwards. I'm Addie Bates.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. Sound familiar?
At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And right now, save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
All right, so I'm watching TV the other night, and I see Evander Holyfield talking about Terra Origin creatine. My first thought was, hang on a second. That guy's in his 60s, and he still looks better than me? That's a problem. So I started using Terra Origin creatine myself. It mixes easy, tastes great, and helps support strength and recovery, which, at my age, just getting off the couch is basically an athletic event. So do yourself a favor. Check it out today and get 20% off your first order at TerraOrigin.com. That's 20% off your first order at TerraOrigin.com.
Hey, this is Sal Licata. You know that when your AC fails, it's the worst. Make sure that doesn't happen by contacting my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's air conditioning experts for decades. They're my go-to techs. They've done plenty of work on my house. I trust these guys to do a great job. And by the way, if your AC unit is over 15 years old, you're wasting your money. Get a new high-efficiency AC system right now. You'll save money and stay cooler. Go to EdisonHVAC.com. That's EdisonHVAC.com.
It's a Yingling thing. Watching the grill like it's the championship game. Yelling at the ref as if he can hear you. Sipping a Yingling traditional lager and feeling like the MVP. Brewing America's lager for nearly 200 years.
Get your Yingling Lager at Austin Ale House in Kew Gardens, Peter Dillon's on East 36th Street, or Peter Dillon's on East 40th Street. Yingling Lager, an ice-cold tradition, ready to be poured. Enjoy a Yingling today.
On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/New York to get started today. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/New York, and with FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. We all love the app around here. It is safe and secure, has all the betting markets you could possibly want. And when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and older, physically present in New York. For help with a gambling problem, please call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369.
Hi, I'm John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. You know what's interesting about the words personal injury? The first word is person. And at D'Agostino & Associates, that word means everything. That's because I handpick every person in our firm. From the pleasant professional person who answers your call to the experienced person litigating your case in court. Because every person in my firm is an extension of me. And the only way to exceed our clients' expectations is to deliver the highest level of personal service every single time. And that starts with hiring the right people. You see, we know that every client is a person too. Someone going through the toughest time in their lives and deserves to be more than just a file number. At D'Agostino & Associates, we put the person back in personal injury. So call 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222 and ask for me, John D'Agostino. And let's talk about your case, person to person. D'Agostino Law. Bite back.
Hey, it's Todd from Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Are you ready to make this the summer? With incredible lease and financing options, get behind the wheel of any new Jeep or Ram truck during the Make This the Summer event at Ramsey.